All right. It's LPL day here on Bangers Only. As usual, I'm trying to desperately shove food in my face while I stream because I have to do business calls in the mornings my time, and then we turn on the stream just enough time to make myself a halfway decent healthy meal, and we get into it. Got to catch up on the LNG JDG series, and then we'll do the BLG versus LNG banger.
Okay, who has been one of the best.
Do you think Riot should try to sell the media rights to the new ESPN Warner streaming service that was announced? They won't buy it. Intermittent fasting for you. Well, I don't eat breakfast, so this is my first meal of the day at noon. No one wants the media rights. They don't have any value. Like, the problem is this. You need to have a service that's worldwide. So you can't sell, global media rights if nobody in Korea can watch a Warner ESPN service or China, right? So what are you going to sell? You have to make sure it's available in all those European countries. So what are you going to sell? You're going to sell LCS? LCS's viewership is garbage. And on top of that, it would be more garbage if it was exclusive to that platform and that platform required a subscription. So unless they think that, and you have to remember too that while it might be profitable to run LCS that way, like let's say you could run LCS profitably with 50,000 concurrent viewers and you were selling 100,000 streaming subscriptions, right? Let's say you could do that. Well, that's fine for ESPN, but it's not fine for Riot, where this is a marketing exercise and they want it to be freely available to everybody to sell skins. This is a conflict of interest, guy. The teams want media rights and they want profit, even if it means a smaller audience, because monetizing a smaller audience is still better than not monetizing a giant audience, right? Objectively, it would be better to paywall esports for the teams. Objectively. However, Riot does not want to do that because it cuts into their ability to sell skins. But does Riot sell digital goods revenue or share digital goods revenue with the teams? No, they don't. Outside of World Skins. So you can't really, you're just at an impasse. Riot wants one thing, the teams want another thing, conflict of interest. This is why developers should not run esports. Suchi Mia, thank you. Thanks for all the content money. Really saving me on my commute to work these days. Dude, must have a long commute because I make so much content. It's fucking ridiculous.
Better performing top laners across the LPL of the last year. That one's not to be ignored either. And we're into...
Oh, need my pen. I save you doing work good. Glad I can provide that service for you.
And now the Callista is gone too.
Is weed legal in Korea? Absolutely, it is not. It is very illegal.
bot lane as well. The virus being taken away by JDG as well, as they recognize.
Okie dokie.
Okay, quite a few things being taken off the board. LNG, do you want to
No
keep
Brand, no
dribbling
Poppy,
down
no
on
Varus, no
that bot
Kalista,
lane?
no
Because I
Lucian,
think
no
JDG, they're
Ashe,
very happy to pick up that
no
first game.
Maokai,
It's just
Been a pretty consistent ban.
no
We've seen
Udyr.
that today, though.
Okay, so
Andre,
Rumble first
not
pick. Wait, what patch is this, guys? Hold up. Hold up. Just making sure I know what patch this is. So this is 14.1. And the next game we watch is 14.2. Okay, Roger, Roger.
going to go towards something like the Udyr or the Kassanse, which he's played before. He's going towards the Rumble. Now, is Zucker going to bring up some kind of lane counter towards that? He doesn't have the Udyr himself to just have the easy lane priority matchup. Where's their priority lying?
could lock in their bot lane if they so choose. Leave that, get their priority bot lane and then go for the top laner after the fact, because they do still have one pick afterwards, and they are going to go for the Xayah. So Gala getting something that he can hyper carry, bit of extra safety as well, of course, with the Featherstorm. And we'll see what they can do with that particular pick. But LNG, do you want to pick up, I was going to say the Azir, do you want to go for your mid lane? We want to try and throw this draft into a little bit of disarray and kind of say, look, we don't care about the top lane. We want to force you to have to pick up something else different or try and follow our step.
Scout has 3 wins on the Azir, has 106 Azir games of all time. It is his most played champion by 44 clear games of his second most played across his career. Oh my word, he has put time into this. Now JDG, you know the Xayah's there, the center has been left available, that's going to be left up. Now, you don't lock into Tahm Kench now just to secure your bot lane duo, or you're going to flex that champion pool. It tends to be just easier to lock into Tahm Kench, but a lot of pros aren't really flexing that champion pool too much. They go for the rock solid and say, look, you can lock in whatever. We are very more than comfortable to pick this in. And now you look at JDG's team composition. Out of a fight.
Lane will be the focus for them. Get rid of the Cassante. Maybe they could look for a jungler as well. Just give that Rumble as much of an easy time as he possibly can have. We know he has lane pressure. We know he's got such power.
Yeah, take away Talia so they can't actually roam top side. We're playing pretty passive, looks like, in the bot side.
There's actually quite a little bit more to it, but
interesting that there's no Vi ban over here.
it's still not great. I still like
Vi seems like a very strong pick for JDG now, because obviously the Tahm Kench is going to prevent LNG from selecting it, but we don't really have any kind of pinching of the jungle pool yet, and no junglers taken.
Too much damage in his kit if he hits everything onto you. The name of the game from LNG is
Blind Ornn.
Before, but with the Rel locked into, that is a much more.
Not blind. I guess it's Rumble. So Tristana in the mid lane, double AD carry. This is, I mean, it's great for Tahm Kench. They have strong engage with Rel. They have protection for their backline. They have engaged with Rumble R. And you're not actually going to pick Vi there. That's troll. You're going to pick Xin Zhao to try and duel early. So it's going to be pretty aggressive early play, I think, with the Xin Zhao in the bottom side of the map.
They've got themselves a fairly, obvious front to back. They've got decent engage options. They've got ways of kind of keeping themselves safe, but also massive scaling with that Azir and Xayah. And on the other side, I mean, massive amounts of damage, but great safety from the Tahm Kench as well with the
jungle counter pick is super weird here.
Yeah, so there's some good disengage.
But they already had top counter pick with Rumble, so I guess they're just going to go for it.
Kind of bring and look to.
It's not too surprising, though. We don't really see anything too unique. It's just about getting getting some pressure down early and being able to duel the Rel and slow her down.
Into LPL, back into regions. Remember, JDG, they three-peated the LPL. They have now got 3 titles back to back to back. Now, Coach Hom has parted ways with the team. I think he's taken a break to spend time with a newborn. But they have picked up Coach Martha, who coached Gen G to a 3-peat of the LCK. The 3-peat LPL team.
No, he's an assistant coach of Gen G. Obviously, Score was the head coach of Gen G.
I feel like it's not at the same level as the super team of 2023. Has an awful lot of
perform to make it worth it. And I think as well, you're looking at Ruler and expecting so much from this guy, rightfully so, because he is just, I would argue, still one of, if not the best AD carry in the world. Still an absolutely phenomenal talent. And as you mentioned, you know, the super team they had last year, they lost one best of 5. Unfortunately, it was one of the most important best of 5s to lose, and it was the semi-finals. So these are the pressures and the expectations that we see from these guys, and he will be putting those on himself as well. So we'll see if he can continue on that winning way within the LPL domestically. Came in, of course.
2023 JDG or BLG 2024. So far, 2023 JDG, but BLG looks very good. We don't expect them to be that good yet. They just formed, right?
From JDG, trading very aggressively. This means that Kanavi needs to get eyes on Wei whenever possible. There's one ward onto the Raptors who spot him out there. He's now going to be spotted in bot river. Jungle information is going to be very
wow, double knockup, okay.
Double knockup.
That is a double knockup.
The fuck?
Scala flashes away, has got the...
Wow, imagine if we had just flashed that, guys. Imagine if we had just flashed that.
Jungle information.
They don't have ward in the brush. Where are their wards? Where are their wards? Where's Rakan's? Rakan went lens, and they don't have a ward in that brush, so they can't see the abyssal dive coming. They cannot see the abyssal dive coming, even though they know he has 2.
Within the LPL domestically, came in, of course, 1-2 back to back.
Speaking of that, kind of how much.
So they know he has 2. Right there on that minion.
Kind of Monaco within the LPL picked up the double Dorans for the laning phase. That's why you see them trading very aggressively beyond the wave. Every lane from JDG trading very aggressively.
So they know they have 2, and they're trying a 3rd wave crash into the bot side.
There's one ward onto the Raptors who spot him out there. He's now going to be spotted in bot river. Jungle information is going to be very.
You don't flash it, don't see it. Then you have to use Ghost, and you have to flash in order to get out of this. This is terrible. Why are they standing together? Guys, why are they standing together? Mark is trolling. Mark is trolling.
That is a double knock-up and ignite. Scala flashes away, has got the heal, the ghost and the flash to keep him alive, had a little bit of a pot to keep him going. Wei now going to be in a smite fight, loses that one out to Kanavi.
Jeez.
Going to have to back away. I mean, you can't.
Kanavi has 3 pressured lanes and can just walk up and Q smite.
You're going to get dove, I imagine, because of the health bar difference. You're not really in a position to look for this.
I don't think you can dive the bot lane, but the fight towards bot side was mainly just to stop.
Gala was asked this series, can't blame it all on Mark. I mean, he should have put a ward in that brush. What does he think is going to happen with Tom Kench Abyssal Dive? It just allows you to see it coming.
For the fighting potential, and even if you don't look for a dive in bot side, you can look in towards bot side jungle as well. We've seen this all the way back from 2022 with the Kalista. Oh, you gow, buddy, that's not a time to jump in.
He's fine for the moment. I don't think Scout really had much kill pressure given his health bar, but yeah, we've had a couple of moments so far this split with Yagao having maybe some lapses in judgment, as we can see in the top side there. Flandre just kind of showing what this lane is going to be pretty much for the first 15 minutes of the game. Going to be able to push in, going to be able to get the priority, and constantly be able to keep out this pressure.
It's possible the match versus T1 made negative impact in Scout and Gala performance. Nah, I don't think so.
Just going to be fine to clear out the top side of his camps and just keep up this momentum, keep up this pressure.
Yeah, so this is the style of play which we've, again, I think really the team which popularized this was T1 when they, of course, when they won Worlds, and they went through a lot of LPL teams to do that. 3 pushing lanes, aggressive jungler that can, even if they're not dueling the enemy jungler, keep track of them and make sure that they can't punish the pushing lanes in return. That's exactly what JDG are doing right here. They need to keep vision up, and that's exactly what they've done. Look at the replaced ward on the Raptors. Look at the ward just into the pixel brush at the top.
What am I eating?
Well, I know it's not the proper pixel brush, but the top lane river brush. JDG,
Chipotle chicken wrap that I made.
Enough vision to play
Marinated, air-fried chicken with a chipotle lime juice marinade that I made an aioli with mayonnaise and Greek yogurt and minced chipotle peppers and adobo with lime juice, and then it has gochujang pico de gallo. Gochujang is the Korean chili paste. So gochujang pico de gallo, so tomatoes and red onions,
grab and see the amount
I like
of guns going
salsa,
down. He might
and
have
done
done
then
that,
romaine
but
lettuce
check
and
over
Mexican
Wei.
shredded cheese.
Wei has been spotted
They're
out
fucking
awful
banging.
lot, but at least get something back.
Good feather call. Try and make this one work. A heel has to come out. Actually, it's Ruler putting that one out, excuse me, to get something going.
Why your food always so complicated? Because I'm not a fucking pleb. And I know how to cook, and it's delicious. And it's not complicated because I can just meal prep it. What I do is I marinate a gazillion chicken breasts, and then I just air fry them in batches, and I make a bunch of pico de gallo, and it takes me 5 minutes to make one of these wraps. Takes me 5 minutes. You just got to think ahead. Use your brain.
Sometimes when you're on a base, you just look to see if there's a place.
Do you put samjang as well? No. Gochujang. Samjang is made out of gochujang and doenjang.
So, whatever.
So, I don't need that too.
Gain for that teleport ever. Scout on the other side doing completely fine in this laning phase, but Yagao's picked himself up a cult. It's not like he's losing too much value.
Andre very scared right there of maybe getting caught out. So
Cooking stream Lynn already happened. You missed it, buddy.
Going to be the Horn to react and okay. What's going on? What's going on, guys? What's maybe getting caught out? So drop the equalizer to thin out the wave, and that's going to be the Horn to react and okay. What's going on? What's going on, guys?
Zika?
What's happening here? I feel like this isn't what we expect or what we would be anticipating.
What is happening this game, guys?
Hyped up to everyone.
Like, is LNG just trolling? Is LNG just trolling, guys?
Listening as probably one of our two of our top 4 teams going at each other.
Okay, they get one of those. So, oh my gosh, every player gets like one free oopsie. This is Yagao's top lane
Is
was
that per
both Circus
series?
and
Because Yagao already
Flandre. So
used
they have
his last
one.
week.
Well, okay, but I wasn't casting that one, so I didn't get to call that one
That's
out.
fair.
Okay,
That's
true.
fair.
Actually, that was really Yagao, you've had your oopsie.
The narrative in the China at the most, the removal of mythics hurt Galas. Now ADCs are more lane reliant and can't just play like a dog in lane until one item mythic spike. Interesting.
PL broadcasting.
Yeah.
That's 2 Sundays as well. Maybe Sundays.
So Yamato will coach Cloud9. Probably not. He just got engaged in Europe. I don't think he's going to go to NA. Could be wrong, though.
There's not really a lot to happen. JDG just happy to keep putting down the pressure. They've got a little bit of a goal lead, nothing too much to be writing home about. LNG happy to be farming up. You can even see the coal being stacked by Gala, or rather anti-stacked, as he tries to build that one up towards the 100 mark. And we just chill.
Wait, LNG win this game? They do. It's puzzling.
The equalizer down top side. I don't really expect to see much action there. Kanavi's just decided these are my chickens. And
He's literally losing a farming battle to Rel because his lanes are pushed in and Rel has actually gotten the chance to invade Xinjiao. This is not going according to plan. Scout is...
These are my chickens, and there's not really a lot you can do about it. Wei says, no, I want the big chicken nugget. That's all they can do.
What?
Scout! Whoa, he's taking a lot of damage.
How did he get in position to get ulted? He literally shifting sands in when he knows Trist has ult and stacking explosive charge on. Is he is everybody in this game trolling? Like, is this match fixing? What the fuck is happening?
Whoa, he's taking a lot of damage. I didn't even realize how completely on the opposite side he was. Now Yagao caught between a rock and a hard place, doesn't want to use his flash, and Scout might just be able to get out.
That is every single lane trolling.
Execute, knowing that no one's even chasing him, but he will end up getting away from this. He's going to be able to recall, I think. No, he's going to go for the execute. He doesn't know no one's coming for him, but still, no kills technically on the board.
Just wanted to make sure it had timed out enough, but still, Scout blows his ultimate, blows his flash. Yagao, I mean, we talked about it maybe being in terms of death of oopsies, causes a big one there for Scout, though. Big moment, and he's going to.
I heard a rumor that Inspired and JoJo were willing to play in EU. Well, Inspired has a green card now, and JoJo, I know JoJo got better offers than Cloud9, but wanted to play on Cloud9. So it's possible those offers were coming in from EU. I'm sure people made offers to Inspired in Europe. I'm sure that's true.
That's why I got confused, because I was like, oh, Scout's fine. This priority mid. This is just solid from JDG, to be perfectly honest. There's not really much else to say about it. And okay, Scout. That's why I got confused, because I was like, oh, Scout's fine. He's underneath his tower. And then, as you rightly said, it wasn't his tower to be under.
Yeah, and then he just taps the E. For those of you that don't play Azir, if you press E, if you only have one soldier in range to go towards, it will always go to that regardless of where your cursor is. Maybe he thought he had another soldier up, maybe he thought he had another W and it wasn't, he didn't have a charge for it. Not exactly sure, we'll have to watch back from his perspective after that one's been and done. Either way, awkward moment, lucky to get out alive. JDG, they are keeping up the full court press. You can see that Kanavi continually keeping himself relevant. And the problem is with Weiwei losing out on quite a lot of early resources. I mean, he's up to level 7, don't get me wrong. He's managed to catch up a little bit. Need to keep an eye on this. If Weiwei keeps getting denied too much, he won't be able to act as a front line in the same way that he needs to be as an initiation threat. Because that's the core of LNG's composition. It's the Ornn, the Xin Zhao, and it's the Rakan all finding their way into the important targets of JDG. If one of them is weak, that game plan becomes more difficult.
It was very, very difficult. It's coming up just under 1,000 gold lead, 10 minutes on the board. It's going to be a slow burner, I have a feeling, of a game. I don't think anyone's going to be fighting for anything too crazy. And of course, with the Grubs now up, you can get yourself up to a nice pallet of 5 for JDG. Make sure you are getting as much priority. And this will be great for them. Like we've talked about in the previous series, Grubs, the Void Grubs are fantastic if you can hit the tower. And this team has got the range to be able to hit the tower. We actually see it just completely pure lane kingdom at the moment for JDG. So having that extra little Void Might, having the extra little bit of damage could be huge. Equalizer coming back up in a second or two. So Flandre, without his flash for now, shouldn't be getting too much happening to him unless he walks forward right up into the clutches of Weiwei.
Well, we'll have to just keep track of that, because for once, he's been off of vision. It's one of the first times in the game where Weiwei has been off of vision. They might be able to force his ult with something like his flash rather with an Ornn combo. He has his ult as well.
So respectfully.
Commit to this?
He's playing so respectfully. We can see the little move as Flandre now in a
Aha.
little bit of trouble. There goes the equalizer to try and trade this one back. The damage isn't exceptional, but the bounce house is. And that's first.
I'd use Gen ult there, but
here for LNG.
just for damage, but you'll take it. You'll definitely take it.
So that's going to be a full wave lost to turret. Kanavi's going to come to pick that up and make sure at least that plates aren't going to go down from the side of LNG, taking them as well. But still on the board for LNG, importantly so. Flandre felt like he did most of what he could there. Maybe he could have just...
Flandre played that pretty well.
He didn't have full information, punished for it.
Really, really well done. Flandre now without his flash makes him another gankable target. Frozen Heart as a first item for missing is not something I've seen. Normally it is the Sunfire Aegis, but you know, we'll see what he's got to go for. It is a cheaper item for sure, but
so it's cheaper, and you look at the carries on the other side of LNG. Azir, no, he's not a marksman, but attack speed based.
Frozen Heart has huge value for missing, guys. Huge value.
In to stack the Q with the ability to get the knock up after that point. Frozen Heart, very valuable item. I think for a first time as well, if you're diving into the enemy team, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Mats checks out, according to Nymera. I'll trust him with anything in this regard. He's obsessive with the numbers.
1,000 calculations per second, but they're all wrong.
Yes, I did a million.
Yeah, it's so good because they're also playing into his ear for attack speed. And as Nymera pointed out too, the Xin Zhao, you know, the faster you can auto, the faster you get your knock up off of your Q, and also you heal faster too from his passive.
Exactly as you said, this is very
So
potential coming out from JDG. Cheap items to get them right on the board and to get that kind of value
Super
out
good.
as soon as possible.
Well, it makes a lot of sense for Rel. I know this has been a big conversation around itemization as well, for those of you that have tuned into the likes of LS and Dominate's thoughts on items.
What patch is this on? 14.1.
Is better than upgrading it to the full Barmy's item, because the extra damage you get from the completed item
It's interesting, though, that missing is not playing support item.
Less valuable than getting one of the incredibly powerful tank items that are available right now. So Frozen Heart and Koenig Rücken, they're two of the best ones on the table right now. I will say, double stacking Frozen Hearts from the side of JDG's front line, I don't know whether that's efficient, because if they're on the same target, you only get that passive activating once. But it's something to just consider in regards to where they're positioning and how many of those Frozen Heart debuffs they're going to get.
Scout getting jumped on here. Fair bit of damage on top of him. Buster shot used. Weiwei goes right in. I don't think that was the smartest of moves. Never mind. He's going to go straight in. Flash. Try to get the Crescent Guard. Scout wasn't really prepared for that. A little bit of disconnect between Weiwei and Scout, because I feel like if you flash in for that knock-up and Crescent Guard, you're waiting for the Sarima Shuffle.
Yeah, one of the disappointing things about watching LNG has been that, you know, they haven't had that same mid-jungle synergy that they had last year.
Check his hands or if they're on the keyboard,
Which is why I really liked watching them play, so...
Still gets the flash away, and now suddenly Yagao has to play without flash against the next Ornult of the game, potentially. So let's see if LNG can work with that. But Shinzo flash being down against the Buster Shot and against the center, that's going to make it very, very difficult to make the play. Mark's now falls in the fight.
For all the damage missing, we'll get all the shields in the world to heal. He's still ticking down, and Gala picks up his kill. Now they're going to look for the shuffle. That's what they were waiting for. Scout knew they didn't need to overcommit to the mid lane. They had all the tools available to them.
They're on.
Never mind, he's gonna go straight in, flash, try to get the Crescent Guard. Scout wasn't really prepared for that. A little bit of disconnect between Weiwei and Scout.
So no more Trista ult or flash.
For that knock open Crescent Guard, you're waiting for the Sarima shuffle.
I mean, maybe Weiwei sat there.
Top of one Buster Shot used. Weiwei goes right in.
In regards to...
I think that was the smartest of moves. Never mind, he's gonna go straight in, flash, try to get the Crescent Guard.
I mean, maybe
yeah, weird interaction there. Mixed call.
Potentially. So let's see if LNG can work with that. But Shinzo flash being down against the Buster Shot and against the center.
Yagao TP in, but Yagao's not part of this engagement. Mark flashes in, CC onto the Tahm Kench, burst the Tahm Kench. Can't use an ultimate, he's dead. Nice ult. Actually catches Ruler after the flash too.
Commit to the mid lane, they had all the tools available to them, and now LNG are starting to pick up some pace.
Oh, that's a familiar feeling for Ruler. Flash for flash on the Azir ult, but doesn't get clear. LNG forced the fight, and given that this
he got fakered in the mid lane.
Struggled in the skirmishes and being on the same page, this is a big moment for LNG. JDG on the other side of things, they've been known in this iteration, and when Yagao was last on the team as well in 2022, to be a bit of a slow-burning team where they need to eventually come around to winning fights.
Really good decisive engage here.
They really disrespect the fact that Kanavi
what is Kanavi doing? Yeah, Kanavi already used his ult, right?
A little bit of disconnect between Wade and I don't.
Yeah, so they actually don't have engage here. And they missed the center route to start things off, so I think that's the trigger. They just realized the rel is pretty useless, and they can still disengage with a zero ult. Very nice. Good call from LNG. You know, they may have been trolling in lane, but... How many LPL teams would be in your top 5 teams in the world right now? 2 or 3. I'm forming those decisions, and then I'm going to make my power rankings this week. You know, it's probably BLG and JDG right now, possibly top esports as well.
They've been known in this iteration, and when Yagao was last on the team as well in 2022, to be a bit of a slow-burning team where they need to eventually come around to winning fights. This isn't their winning fight. They really disrespect the fact that Kanavi has used his big combo. He can't counter-engage at this point, and the Tahm Kench, even with something like the tankier items and getting more gold income, is not tanky enough to be the defensive front line. He dies before he can even use the Devour.
Yeah, it's just really good kind of target selection and recognition from LNG to say, yeah, we got time, we got position, and oh, Yagao, you've no flash. You do have not have
I too hate Rookern as an item name. It's so stupid. I mean, Riot sucks at naming things. Just miserable.
And I mean, this is LNG picking up the pace right now.
Case in point, watch out, Eep. Holy shit, dude. Fire that person immediately. Felchmaster, thank you. Trying to decide where to go snowboarding tomorrow in Tahoe. Sugar Bowl or Sierra at Tahoe? You know, despite the fact that my family has a cabin in Tahoe, because it is a summer-only cabin, I have never been skiing in Tahoe. When I'm in California, because I was in LA, I would go to Mammoth a lot. And obviously, I'm from Colorado. So, you know, I have no reason to go skiing in Tahoe because I don't have a place there. So I can't answer your question. That does sound like a conundrum. I am very jealous. I'm very jealous.
Make no mistake, that's not necessarily the safest bot lane that they could have right now, given the amount of LNGs engaged.
Do you think going forward, if we continue to see the Azir shuffle catching Ruler with the flash, that it just becomes a...
Breckenridge is so sick. That was actually the last place I went skiing.
Well, I
or
thought you were going
not?
towards
That was the last place I
thought
went
you were going
skiing,
towards, you know how players have
like a year
names
ago.
with, moves named after them. You know, we have the insect, we have
Oh, I know.
Messiah,
I was back in Colorado for Christmas,
How
and
painful
my
would it
wife
be
and
to
I
be one of the greatest
ditched our
players and
kid
have a name
and went to
to
Breckenridge for a
name
couple days and
after
ate
him?
delicious
Gonna be
elk
awkward
meat
moment.
You just
with
got-
blackberry
you just got
sauce
rulered.
at nice restaurants and
Well,
skied at
I
Breckenridge.
mean,
It was great.
It's iconic enough that people will recognize it for the play. In my own way, I really hope it doesn't because, oh my god, he's one of the greatest
course.
carries of all time. But the problem is,
But if you
that's
want the
not
real
exactly
sleeper
how
OP
fairness
ski
works
resort in
the
Colorado,
language,
it's Copper
right?
Mountain.
What the references
It's like
people,
very locals only, but it's
Yeah,
huge
it
and
is what
super
people
nice.
associate with it, and, we'll see. I'm not gonna
And
be
nobody's
going
ever
into
there.
rulers
Like, nobody's
anytime
there.
soon, to be perfectly
Copper
honest.
Mountain
A
rules.
little BM to be throwing that at one of possibly, obviously not the greatest player.
Powder
of
Mountain
Legends
is the
ever,
greatest
but
resort
possibly
ever of all
second
time.
rulers.
I'll keep that in
To
mind.
come into,
he's on the list somewhere. Pretty
he's
close to the top.
definitely on the list somewhere at the top, but arguments pending. But 2,000 gold now is the lead here for LNG as JDG want to try and take a couple of towers in response to the separation of LNG. JDG now just pushing and being a bit more of a nuisance. They aren't going to be able to get much else from this, but still breaking up with that mid lane turret always feels good. Minute and a half until Dragon spawns.
So, Dragon fight on the table, as you were saying.
Crazy to
So
think
especially
Flandre was world
now,
champion.
Right back into the red side jungle of JDG. I wonder if JDG would prefer to just wait and hang fire until a better moment.
And Flandre, I think, has done quite a decent job so far for JDG. I mean, he's exceeded my expectations.
This could be a pretty awkward fight to deal with the amount of engage that LNG.
I think this series made me realize Top Esports is the second best LPL team. Yeah, I might be coming away with that conclusion too. I mean, JDG being behind in this game and down 4 kills to 0 is kind of outrageous considering how hard LNG was running it down in lane, guys.
But see what they want to go for right now. Both teams happy with the way they're set up. Gonna have 1.5 items pretty much across the board. Actually, yeah, almost exclusively across the board. We'll see what they can make going. So how do you want to approach this right now as JDG? How do you want to try and make this dragon your stack?
So this is the important thing. This is the very important thing, the vision control. They've missed this ward. That's important. They don't have an Umbral Glaive on the center as well. It's gone towards the Ghost Blade for more mobility. That movement speed could save them in a clutch moment, but the amount of information you lose from not going the Umbral obviously can help hurt them at points. So, good pink ward coverage by JDG. Hasn't completely covered things out. Circus changed over to the exhaust. Let's see how much LNG can do in terms of picking their fights correctly.
Yeah, an unsealed spell book does give an exhaust over to LNG. Everyone's got flashes now up and available. All fights there. Yagao gets 1v1 to the top side, which means the TP can come in
and he's
return.
teleporting.
They can turn and burn for the fight. The flashes that just came back up are now burned. They don't care about the Senna. Ruler is running for the hills because he knows it's a lost fight. 3 kills. Field spell book does give an exhaust over to LNG. Everyone's got flashes now up and available. All fights there. Yagao gets 1v1 to the top side, which means the TP can come in.
What the fuck, man? What is going on? How does Yagao just die to Azir in the 1v1?
Ruler is running for the hills because he knows it's a lost fight. 3
and he's teleporting. This is the player which
What?
LNG resources, and this is how it started. He lies in wait. He has a teleport if nothing happens in this top side, but goes through it all the same. Gets so many tower shots.
It's a great play by Scout, guys.
He was given a lot of resources.
Everyone's
things out. Circus changed over to
So it's a great play by Scout. Like, he actually just baits this out. So I think they're posturing here to pretend that they're doing this, but the call is actually just to take top tier 1, you know, because they don't... Oh, he does have TP up. What the fuck? So he has TP. But they don't know where Azir is.
Yeah, an unsealed spell book does give an exhaust over to LNG. Everyone's got flashes.
I was getting trolled by replay cooldowns, guys.
And he's teleporting.
He doesn't burn flash because he knows he's dead.
They don't care about the Senna. Ruler is running for the hills because he knows it's a lot.
Assassinates Yagao in the top.
Yagao is flash. I don't think he lives.
Dragon advantage.
So it shows the flash is on cooldown here, but these cooldowns are both up. Did he have ult? He had ult up too. Curious.
Can do in terms of picking their fights correctly.
Yeah, I never trust CD in replay. Dude, you can't even trust CD on live anymore. I was watching a game on 14-2 yesterday where I was like, why is Vi ult up after the play? And Vi ult was used, but it didn't go on CD in the live version.
Over to LNG. Everyone's got flashes now up and available.
It's 14-2 is so fucked, guys. Like no dragon timers.
All fights there. Yagao gets 1v1 to the top side, which means the TP can come in
And
on
he's
return.
teleporting.
They can turn and burn for the fight. The flashes that just to LNG. Everyone's now burn.
Wake up, he wins started. He lies in wait, dragon advantage, gold advantage, and this is how it started. He lies in wait, he has a teleport, nothing.
I mean, there's no wave. He's getting hit by the turret. I mean, he's dead. Like, Azir has flash too in this scenario.
Gets so many tower shots onto Yagao by clearing the wave under it, comes back into the play, and JDG are blindsided.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a fantastically orchestrated fight coming out from LNG. The fact that they get that play from Scout means that they are in full confidence to go, we can fight this, we can go forward. And like you saw, like JDG just had to run. They didn't have a choice. At that point, the fight is already lost because you know the Azir is coming. Regardless if he has ult or not, he is going to be a threat. So really, really well done here by the side of LNG. They get themselves the second dragon. They get control around the map. And they are really starting to ramp up. I mean, JDG, they look a little lost in this composition. Like, they don't really know exactly how they want to try and go for it. And I got to call it a spade a spade. Yagao has had an off game.
Yeah, he's really not in the best position. I think Flandre's also been struggling as well. Not necessarily by his own fault. They are close enough in gold to mount a fight. It's not like this is game over at this point. You need to see Kanavi find a window of time to engage before LNG can get their pieces in position as well. As LNG have been pulling the trigger first, if you can get all of the ultimates layered in the same spot, that is the golden moment from JDG. They can very much look for a turnaround fight.
Yeah, I've heard that they changed the Elder Dragon timer to 5 minutes instead of 6 minutes on 14-2 as well. So it's like, it's a minute shorter.
So nice little bit of gold going back over to them, but here comes Gala. And finally, that exhaust gets used, so there is absolutely no escape here for Flandre. He recognizes this, not going to flash, not going to do anything else, just going to burn down the wave. And that is going to be Gala with his third kill of the game. Look at the kill distribution here for LNG.
This game is actually shocking from JDG's perspective that they had this amount of early game advantages, managed to throw it away.
Very early in the mid game.
That's a good point to bring up because those carries, if their team manages to find the engage, are going to make the fight very, very short. Scout has flash and he's looking for it again.
He's looking for it again, but yeah, Ruler's trying to help out his buddy, but there's just not a lot you can do. The redemption comes down to make sure
Missing finally gets the support item now,
is going to fall as well. That's going to be
which is fine. I mean, it's okay to get later support items,
Shurima legacy down to cover the wave. I mean,
but
fight very, very short. Scout has flash and he's looking for it again.
He's looking for it again, but yeah, Ruler's trying to help out his buddy, but there's just not a lot you can do. The redemption comes down to make sure Scout's not going out, and Kanavi is going to fall as well. That's going to be 2 quick kills. You imagine that's going to be the Baron as well with the Shurima
breaking on the Azir. His mode kind of ambled like a pedestrian into some of these fights. They're kind of sticking around too long here. Are they fighting for vision control? Are they looking for a fight? Well, they're not really looking for either, and they get picked off on the other side of it.
It's just a Senna here. Only form of damage while the tanks just get whittled down in the front line. What a terrible game from JDG.
Yeah, again, I like that you said that they're behind in the setup. They're not behind in terms of the gold. You look at the way the map is set up, despite it being 10 kills to none. It's only 3,000.
Biggest reason to watch LPL is because they have dragon timers. Did they have dragon timers on 14.2? Because that's where it's broken, not this patch.
But you look at where that gold is. It's 2.5 items, nearly 3 for the Azir. It's 2.5 items for the.
It is crazy that it is 10-0 in kills after all lanes kind of fucked up very early on for LNG.
It's fantastic in the late game, but you got to get there.
So, and the way that you're gonna struggle to get there is if you don't have vision control. They're trying to place wards, and they're caught for placing wards.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they get something there, but you have to commit so much to Devour.
LNG, they are holding.
This game is super over.
JDG and saying, if you walk up to your turret, this sinks in.
Yeah, and look, they're going to go for it now. That knife is poised to go right into the back of JDG. They're getting some decent damage down, though. Back onto LNG. And they are
scaling is irrelevant in this game, guys, because they're getting bopped so hard in the early game that doesn't matter how much scaling they have.
Really coming in clutch much right now. And I mean, you normally would look at this point for a TP flank. You'd look for something to go for, but it's
LNG has played these fights well, but I mean, they've consistently had man advantages in these fights because, you know, Scout's making a play on Diagao and killing him and then TPing in, or they're collapsing onto a flank at the Drake and getting, you know, the Tristana just isn't able to do anything in these engagements. Like, Yagao's been entirely useless.
Chance to pull the trigger there. They're the ones which are engaging first, and even if JDG were to make a big play, there's every chance that Scout shuffles you out or Gala gets a big ultimate too. It is so hard from this position. Could have left them a little. They played
6 towers to 4, still doing well on that. He's got himself some Void Grubs as well. It is not a perfect game by any metric. For now, between these two teams, as we wait to see where this fight can really go for Mark. He's going to have the TP coming in here from Scout. They look for a full engage. They want everyone and everything. It's a good shot.
So it's a nice engage with the Rel engage on top of Equalizer with Senna ult, but it's just too late.
Just sit there and fight on top of the Equalizer. They are still burning down. You can see Ruler.
The gold gap is enormous.
Separated from the rest of this fight, still putting in DPS. Flandre is in a little bit of trouble. He's in a lot of trouble, and he is dead. Now
Scouts and Zeros look very good outside of that early game mishap. Beautifully played by Scout. Wow. Scout's been so good on this Azir.
Running for his life. This could be the game right here, right now. They're TPing in Nymera.
And hands up, who's missed this version of Scout? I have you.
Yeah, Scout, I mean, he fucked up in the early game, but holy moly, that was good. Do you actually have a damage chart?
Ranking of LNG. Welcome back to their home.
I think he's the macro led his team.
I mean,
yeah, it's just Scout.
JDG
Happened, or just kind of like real grouped out confrontations of the game.
Well, guess we don't get one. Too bad for you guys.
And if they could claim a clean victory over them, gosh, that'd be a monkey off the back.
Would be a big step towards maybe a championship bid. That's the big thing for LNG. They've gotten all the other kind of accolades put to them in terms of being a top team. You're consistently in the top half of the table. You're consistently making it to top 4. You're consistently making it to internationals. Now you need to take that next.
I will occasionally read chat over there, YouTube, so you guys know. Trying to do the multi-platform streaming for you guys.
In summer of 2023. Of course, forced JDG to all 5 games, but weren't able to kind of clinch it. They are so desperate to get that first maiden title and just build this organization within the LPL stature.
Does JDG come back and beat them? Yes, they do. JDG wins the next 2 games. Yep, there's an app that combines YouTube and Twitch chat. There is, I know. I'm just too lazy to use it. That's been a fairly common trade. I want YouTube to know that they are my least favorite children. You know, you guys get the best stream quality, but you get lower interaction. All things in balance. Lucian up first, 2 ADC bans. So no Xayah and Rakan, at least for this side. Azir taken quickly by Yagao. Vera still up. Vi taken early on. It's interesting. It's interesting. You could take Varus Tom Kench here, but they opt for the engage with the Nautilus instead. That's the thing, right? Because you're going to give a champions. Yep, Cassante makes sense. As a blind. Okay, Talia was banned in the last game. All right, so this is playing heavily into the bot side, guys. You know, this is very powerful. These 3 are very powerful skirmishing in the 3v3. With Vi, Lucian, and Milio, with the Talia able to use wall to support in the bot side. This is a game plan that's going to run through bot lane for them.
Scout on the Talia. Now, we've talked about him being a huge playmaker and a huge source of the macro from LNG. We knew that through last summer as well. You get into mid-game, and Scout pushes out side lanes. He takes side lane out of turrets, and then he roams back towards the fight. Talia is excellent at doing that. I think JDG need to have insane early game presence, particularly in the bot side, to stop that duo lane getting online. Otherwise, it feels like you get in towards the side lane allocations from LNG. They are going to rip JDG to shreds if they get to choose the lanes they want to be in at the right times.
Yeah, I do feel like this is a bit more kind of bog standard from JDG, though it does feel a lot more coded, if you will, in their blood of how they want to try and work this, how they want to try and build this stuff up. So definitely feels like Ruler setting himself up for a little bit more success to be an AD carry.
Do I have any insight into why LNG isn't playing Hung over Mark? Hung was kind of not great. Like, Hung was the worst part of this roster last year. So I don't have any insight into it. You know, I don't read a lot of the you know, Chinese rumors, and I don't speak Chinese. I don't know the exact reason or if there are rumors about the reason. Mark has been getting better, though, to be fair.
Again, this is a massive matchup that they're going to get so early in the season.
The rumor is that Gala prefers playing with Mark since they played together before possible. He started out pretty bad, but he's had some good games since then. You have to say 4play is one of the best things out there these days. Thank you very much. If you too would like to watch our movie show, head on over to this channel and support it. Last Free Nation Culture. How good would you say Flandre is right now from White Vinegar over on YouTube? He looks really good, honestly. He looks really good. I've been surprised.
I don't really see. Have definitely gotten their first loss of the. In terms of
I didn't expect him to kind of like pop off this hard early on.
Throwing in a rock there, making sure they know that missing is around. They're not going to get caught out by anything too crazy. And I like this that LNG do this. They're very meticulous about making sure that they're catching out, especially with such a strong level 1 coming out from JDG. They're very meticulous in making sure that they're not allowing JDG just to set themselves up for success to get an early flash or something better.
You watch Tokyo Godfathers, one of my favorite movies. Yeah, dude, that show about Tokyo Godfathers is really good that we made. I think you'll like it. Great movie. I'm a huge Satoshi Kon fan.
You can really see from the positioning of both of these.
Do I have any plans to go into casting? No. Casting is a dead-end job for no money now. Casting as like a long-term career option is fucking dead, guys. It's fucking dead.
This is exactly what I thought was.
Gala is now in a bad bush, and with the rest of his bot side, again, you can really.
Why is Gala so far up in this lane while his support is so far back?
Gala is now in a bad bush.
Get an early flash or something better.
I mean, it's cool that there's this kind of delayed move by JDG into the bot side. Whoops. Oh, shoot. Well, rip, I accidentally restarted it, guys. Sorry.
That's a double. The double team of 2023 has an awful. Mid lane is now having an exceptional.
I'm trolling, sorry.
Very ready.
Well, I'll get there eventually, guys. I really fucked it up. I really fucked it up.
You've lost several flashes, even lost a kill. It's all
early into lane.
We'll see. We'll see the Talia just.
Would I consider coaching a team? No.
Can they be
Don't want to be team side right now. There's no money. The best times in the league were in casting worlds in season 2 and 3. Thank you. If you have an idea for a web app that would be helpful to multi-streaming. Actually, I mean, the multi-streaming OBS plugin is really good.
With the rest of his
So.
leaving, they were there for the level 1, but can they stop this now?
That's a flash, and this is
So this does delay Azir. Why they were not expecting this is this does delay Azir to the mid wave and might allow some poke here from the Talia.
That's grand. We've done the introduction, but nothing.
Yeah, so you're going to get a Q channel off.
Bit from the wave, so you might lose a minion or two.
But obviously not worth the flash in the bot.
To get back in and get this XP.
Now, Scout can get himself another full-threaded volley onto Yagao, though. He's out of range to get minion aggro, so Yagao is entering lane at half HP because he has to walk through the onslaught of those rocks. Missing has bush control. This is what they were meant to deny with the minute 1. They're getting traded.
Yes, they were trying to get rid of this opportunity.
and that means Zagala is without summoners for the next
But,
little bit.
you know, come level 2 and level 3, that Lucian's going to be very strong. But unfortunately, like, he doesn't have barrier now. He doesn't have flash. It's pretty annoying.
In order to get full kill pressure, and I mean, Missing needs to play this lane so aggressive, knowing that the flash is down, knowing that the barrier is no longer there. This is just such a hard lane.
Nah, dude, I learned my lesson from coaching CLG and from owning a team. Literally the only worst position than working for shitty Riot is working with a team where your career depends on teenagers liking you and teenagers doing what you tell them. Fuck that, man. Absolutely fuck that to the max.
The man in the mid lane didn't have the best game, 599. Let's hope for better on the 600th game in the
I have 2 kids of my own. I don't want 5 on a League of Legends team that have weird power over me.
Back in 2018, we are hitting some long careers right now, which is honestly so exciting to see. We're hitting some big milestones that may or may not stand for the longest time. Gets himself in the top 10 most games of a player within the LPL, so let's see if they go for anything else. Missing is going to go aggressive here. They have just ignored him for the moment, but the Vi is around. Weiwei might just run into Kanabi, and yeah, they see that the other jungler is there. They don't want to overcommit to this one here because they know that it is basically...
So the entire game plan for LNG about kind of pressuring through bot side has now really been thrown into chaos. Possibly, though, there will be an opportunity to get a Talia wall and make something happen. But this is not how you wanted this like kind of early game to go. Thank you, Shobes, for the gift sub. That's very generous of you.
You can get your W3 and you can get your passive off. That's kind of nice, but yeah, Shinsao at this point just so
Thank you very much. Also, I don't know, you have no direct impact in the game like a coach does in football. Yeah, you kind of just have to, like, you can't coach in game, so if they fuck up, it's just, that's it.
Looking to try and catch them out on the side of this one here. Gonna definitely blow at least a flash. The flick back not good enough. And LNG said, all right.
You know, even in Counter-Strike it'd be better because at least you can call timeouts between rounds and have a strategic conversation.
I mean, that is disaster narrowly avoided from JDG. They lose a flash and that's it from their jungler, but they don't end up kind of being able to fulfill this game plan of being able to keep the...
Yeah, you can't add timeouts, guys, unfortunately. You can't add timeouts.
A wave pushed into turret now as well. They're going to get themselves...
There's no, you know, there's no real time in a real-time game. Like, Counter-Strike is round-based, so you just call timeouts between rounds. There's no ability to call timeouts in League of Legends. Thank you, Shobes. Another gift sub.
You need more than this. That was the bare minimum, being able to kind of do something to keep Gala and Mark from getting huge advantages in lane or something like that. They haven't managed to really keep them down.
Yeah.
Aren't I from Colorado? Yes, I am. I'm from Fort Collins. And I will be once again living in Colorado probably at the end of this year.
Not really the position to contest this, to be perfectly honest. It's going to be Kanabi getting...
Everything I own is currently in Colorado in a warehouse.
Trying to see if he can go for something, but that's all 3 of the Void Grubs taken now, so good start here by Kanavi to get that momentum going.
Man, Kanavi just gets absolutely everything on the map now. This is crazy to watch.
We'll have to see how much they can build up towards that. See if a hook lands down here as well. They're angling for it. It's a big wave. Mark and Garland, you can see that they don't want to walk up towards the cannon and the wave crashing in.
I work in Fort Collins. I help you move. That's very generous of you, but I'm moving to Denver. So my family's and my parents are in Colorado or in Fort Collins though. I grew up right across the street from City Park on the north side. My dad's a professor. He used to run the honors program at Colorado State.
So long ago at the same time, these guys' careers have gone so far. Now sweeping in, level 6 mark going into the wave, but we've got some real veterans here on the Rift, Oshin.
Oh yeah, we've had some guys who've been here for a very long time. See if they can...
What you can do, however, Guardian, is drink a 90 shilling for me. Can you do that?
Of course, has a little bit of a break, is coming back to try and reclaim some of the former glories that he used to have. And we wait to see where LNG really sit themselves. This was a roster that made it all the way to the finals in summer of 2023. Not really able to get the last win against JDG to stop them from potentially going towards the golden road.
You've never heard of 90 shilling?
2 games or 2...
I don't believe you're in Fort Collins.
Missing. He didn't actually see that the Weiwei was there, so he thinks that this is going to be a pretty easy setup here for JDG.
You've been exposed.
there's a will, there's a way, but is there a way in that brush? We'll soon find out. They will at least.
It's a beer by. It's like the most famous beer by Odell Brewing, dude.
Both junglers know the fight is on.
Yep, 3v3 missing, and Gala trading health bars, but you always take that trade if you've got a enchanter on your team to give you the shield.
I don't drink. Oh my.
Weiwei and Kanavi gonna find each other a little bit. No luck with the hook.
I'm so disappointed in you.
Everyone's just being a little bit scared, a little bit skittish because they know Scout was looking for a little bit of a roam. They've spotted him, so they know exactly where he is, and that's why you can see immediately Yagao going for a full push.
Yeah, exactly, and we knew what this was likely going to be the case with the Talia locked in. Fine lane matchup into the Azir, had a very good level 1, managed to force Yagao to enter lane a half HP.
All right, here's what you can do then. You can go to DP Dough and buy a calzone and think of me. Or Big City Burrito. There you go. Go to Big City Burrito and get a burrito. Can you do these things? Are you like a vegetarian too? Are you a vegetarian too?
Yeah, you got full information of where Weiwei was, just walking away from that, realizing, yeah, if I just make myself look kind of okay to take, I know my jungler is around, it shouldn't be an issue. No knockback for Zika. So we haven't really looked at this top side at all. They've just been farming. They've just been having the time of their lives to just not be involved in anything right now. And yeah, it's similar to game number 1. We're going to have a slow early game, something to wait to
I just had Big City and I have had DP Dough. Okay, thank you.
Getting himself up to level 6 might look for an engage here.
Shobes572, thank you for the gift sub again.
Which is missed out on.
You live in Denver. I too will soon be a Denverite. All right. Finally play on the top side. Flandre already ulted. Bombed back. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Nicely done. Ooh, Scout almost dies, but it's okay. Saved. Good job for a W after Vi ulting. Relatively clean.
And the ghost from Zika just to give him that little extra bit of move speed to make sure he's not getting caught.
Yes, DP Dough is great. Everybody in Colorado knows when you are drunk or high at 2 a.m., that is what you fucking get. It's cheap, it's delicious, it's open at 2 a.m.
Just not able to really see off that dive towards the top side. Completely unfair. 100% CC'd to death. And the old veteran at the top lane, really not much he can do in that situation. What's it going to mean for the matchup, though? The kill does go up to Zucker. That's a little annoying.
Can't wait to go to New Casa Bonita, guys. That's gonna be my jam. I honestly cannot wait to take my kid to New Casa Bonita when I get back.
The matchup is a little bit weird into Cassante anyway, because you're not necessarily looking for the 1v1 ability to kind of chunk him down. You're more looking for the ability to get in towards the backline later into the game. Of course, that's going to have a huge amount of value. There are 3 very squishy targets towards the bot side of the map, which we've seen.
One of my plans when I get back here, like this job, the job where I run Last Free Nation and stream and consult. Exactly the same thing I'm doing as in Korea right now.
We have seen some serious raid bosses, though, in terms of Aatroxes in the LPL so far this split.
All right, moving back here. I'm moving back to Denver later this year. I'm moving to Denver. All of my shit from LA was taken on a truck from California to Colorado. It is currently in a warehouse, like my entire house.
You've gotten pretty much all neutral objectives confirmed by JDG, so they're dragging up 6.
Wait, all the stuff in South Park is real? Casa Bonita? Yes, Casa Bonita is real. It was also bought by Matt and Trey from South Park and renovated, and they reopened it. So now they own Casa Bonita. It's crazy.
They had like the little Teletubby skins with like the little except it's not a TV screen. It's just like a little portal which the mice jump out of. That's actually horrifying. Don't think about that.
South Park is also real. It's not a city though. It's just a area. Yeah, South Park is real, but it's not actually a city. It's more just a geographic area.
Sort yourself out, but I mean, I'll say I'm still partial to the Ed and Eddies. That's my personal one. But we'll see how the community
decides. Put them on a rotation. We'll see whether this fight's going to start, though, on the bot side. Vice here, but the play fizzles out.
Yeah, Kanavi was not spotted, so he was in a prime position to turn that one back around. The hook does land, does get kicked back though, and they're going to try and flash away. A lot of ultimates there used just to try and kill off Mark. They don't really get any damage down onto him at the end of it all. Heal and flash burned for just the ignite, but a lot of pressure now no longer available as Kanavi has already known that Weiwei has never left. They know for a fact that he's still here because he has just been walking there and back again through all of this. And they can turn straight
I haven't
away
seen Reckless's
right
performance, guys. I don't give a shit.
kill him
I do
off.
not give a
They had
shit
perfect
about role-swapped
information,
challenger
and they knew
supports.
exactly how to capitalize on it.
I cannot give less of a shit. I have to watch all the good teams and games in the world. I do not watch tier 2 anywhere. I don't care.
Because he has just been walking there and back again through all of this. They can turn straight away right
Gala?
onto Gala and kill him off.
Gala?
Known that Weiwei has never left. They know for any damage down onto him at the end of it all. Heal and flash burns for just the ignite, but a lot of pressure now no longer available. As Kanavi has already
They see Weiwei here on that ward. It's a great ward, by the way. It's a great ward. So they see Weiwei coming in, and that's why they continue to cover. And Gala just walks up. Hey guys, should Mark be in range to ult Gala right now? What do you guys think? Do you think he should be in range to ult Gala?
Perfect information, and they knew exactly how to capitalize on it.
You claim that you don't watch tier 2, but you watch LCS? I do. LCS has been surprisingly good this year, guys. Like, no joke. It's been way better than it has been in the last couple of years.
This is going to have to flash out. I don't think Weiwei can follow that up with his ultimate, really. He would have walked out all the same. JDG is taking a little while, but they get the first kill onto this Lucian Millia bot lane. Now the Lucian has hit one item. LNG have a power spike to play around there, but well played from JDG to keep pushing the go button in this bot side and finally getting something out of it. They use both.
Is it true that Wyoming has nothing to offer compared to Colorado? Why live in Wyoming? Well, if you live in Jackson Hole or like by Yellowstone, that's pretty fucking epic in Wyoming. However, most 90% of Wyoming is just a windswept fucking wasteland. So it's pretty miserable up there. There's only one specific part of Wyoming that's decent to live in.
As you said, now they have got that one item spike. Of course, Ruler did go back and pick up a Yomu's Ghostblade as well.
But if you're really rich and can live in Jackson Hole, Wyoming is cool.
As you mentioned by JDG, to make sure that Weiwei has been just tracked throughout any of these plays he's been wanting to go for, and they still don't really have an idea of where Kanavi's been going.
I think JDG as a team, one of the things which I've been most impressed with in their split so far has been about the vision which allows you to just track where people are just outside.
How rich are we talking for Jackson Hole? Max rich. All of the rich for Jackson Hole. The most rich. It's like where Harrison Ford's ranch is, and like Kanye West was living there for a while. Like big rich. Big rich.
Yet again, this time I think JDG would feel a lot better about looking for a dragon fight, but their ultimate's available. This has an ultimate. I think JDG as a team, one of the things which I've been most impressed with in their split so far has been about the vision which allows you to just track where people are just outside of the play that you're making. So like if you're looking to play through bot lane, they have a ward just outside to make sure no one's roaming down. In mid lane, when they play the Lucian with the Lucian Nami, they've done the same, just getting shallow vision just beyond the lane to see what's happening. See that scout gets a good trade onto Kanavi. Dragon is up, second dragon of the game. This has an ultimate available yet again. This time I think JDG
pretty good vision setup.
A lot better about looking for a dragon fight. Their ultimate's available.
They're gonna burn that one so easily, but maybe they get a little lazy. Yagao doesn't know, but now has a feeling as the Vi walks out, they didn't have the best of situation to kind of go for this.
Interesting that, I mean,
forward. Kanavi gonna go forward. That's gonna be the TP committed by both top laners.
Why are we fighting after the play?
We're gonna have a 4v4, but
why are we fighting after the play?
They're gonna try and make this one work with the Cassante, who's just gonna go all out onto Kanavi, pick him up, turn around and try and burn and turn onto Yagao, who flashes away the double.
Oh my god, I can't believe Yagao lives.
Missing will gladly give his life for his mid laner, and LNG do end up getting the fight 2 for 1 at the end of it all, but it was a bit of a weird one from LNG, but they make it work.
They do.
It's almost like they think that they have to do something because they didn't cross-map for Herald here, and then they get so antsy because they gave it up for free and didn't take anything. They're like, oh, surely we must fight right now. But also, what is Kanavi doing? Like, what is JDG doing? All right, you just walk away. Just fucking walk away. Like, you do not see, where is this guy? He's got TP up. Just walk out. You know? Clear this. Move over to Herald's. Push this out. If Cassante isn't here and you have free push, why not just push out mid and see if you can get Herald? Like, especially as you see the Vi.
They get a little lazy.
You know Vi's not on Herald. Look, you have all the information you need. Vi's on the wrong side of the map. Push out mid. Take Herald. No, we have to walk up. We have to walk up when we don't know where Cassante is.
TP committed by both top laners. After the Dragon, we're going to have a 4v4, but I don't know why LNG wanted this. They're going to try and make this one work with the Cassante, who's just going to go all out onto Kanavi, pick him up, turn around and try and burn and turn onto Yagao, who flashes away the double tap, not quite getting it with the Ardent Blaze, missing, will gladly give his life for his mid laner, and LNG do end up getting the fight 2 for 1 at the end of it all, but it was a bit of a weird one from LNG, but they make it work.
They do. Zucker gets great value. I really want to praise, though, JDG. Very quick turnaround on
Shout out from Centennial, Colorado. Nice.
Felt like it was quite opportunistic.
I like how many people from Colorado are watching this stream. That's kind of crazy.
Just about make the most out of it. JDG, they still walk away.
How much worse is this JDG than last year's? I mean, it's going to be worse, guys.
So, big things which happen here. Missing has the Celestial opposition. That's a big part of how he can survive.
But we'll see how it ends up being in the end. They're still going to be a very good team.
That means that just after this, they don't have that same initial.
What a strange fight for JDG to take, though, for real.
After those abilities have just gone, and he does Cassante things. We know what he does at this point. Gala escapes the wall, gets some good damage over there too. He's starting to really start to hurt as this Lucian at the item break points in the mid game.
But TP from Zika now sitting at 2-0-1. You wouldn't want all your golden kills to be going on to the Cassante, but I mean, we've seen him do magical things in the land of League of Legends. He is a very, very powerful carry as tank or as an actual threat. As we wait to see now where everyone wants to kind of bring this next bit of pressure. A lot was blown in that last bot lane play, so no real ultimates available for anybody, to be honest, on the side of LNG. Apart from the Milio, who died so quickly he couldn't use his. So just going to accept that this Rift Herald is gone. Not really much else they can do about it. Just get pressure in the middle.
How does JDG get this Herald after all of that?
He's starting to really start to hurt as this Lucian at the item break points in the mid game.
But TP from Zika now sitting at 2-0-1. You wouldn't want all your golden kills to be going on to the Cassante, but I mean, we've seen him do magical things.
They have TP up on the Talia, even though I guess they just don't want to fight because they don't have ults because they used it in that in the previous fight. So you trade 2 for 1, but you end up losing Herald, which will probably mean, you know, it basically means you net negative on gold. So LNG, by not cross-mapping and forcing that play, even though they technically want it and JDG should have never fought it, like JDG could have, I think, immediately transitioned over to Herald, depending on their recalls. But they could have gotten mid-pressure. Instead, they like went all in on this play, but they end up with Herald anyway. This is so fucking wacky.
For now, everything's happy enough for the side of JDG. They're getting all the objectives.
Yeah, you can see this is not how a Lucian Milio wants to be playing. They want to be pushed up in mid lane, going for the aggressive trades. But the way
who would I bet on the BLG Genji match right now? I want to watch the next BLG game before I answered that.
But now they gotta turn this fight around because they got the Weiwei going in, who dies straight away.
Play it around. This is
all right, let's talk about this. This is actually hilarious because what he does is he gives time for the wave to push. It may have been an accident, guys, but he actually times it up with the push of the wave, so it ends up being better this way. Now, why is Weiwei going in? So the play call here, guys, is that because Talia Wall is coming in, and because Cassante's on the other side, you're trying to pinch them, but because they have Azir, I mean, you know that this turret's going to go down, and then the Azir turret's going to go up. So it's very, very hard to make this play, and the timing is off because they get Ruler, but ultimately it doesn't fucking do anything, and then now Scout gets pincered by Flandre, who's walking in from the turret he was defending. Weiwei was too early on this play, but also it's just a dangerous play, guys, because Azir turret exists.
They want to be pushed up in mid lane, going for the aggressive trades. But the way that JDG have played around,
like as soon as you see Azir here, and they know Azir is here, you know, instant tower. It's not perfect communication, but even if it was, like, you can just fall back to the turret.
Looking for a little bit of a turnoff. This is just so disconnected from LNG. They were just as confused and impressed by the Rift Herald navigating. They kind of just gave away 2 kills for free.
That was terrible.
Oh my gosh, but can we no, forget about the fight. Missing finally shows you can have a driver's license on the Herald. Points it the wrong way, but it's an absolute fake out. They kill the tower, which is huge there, because it means that the Azir turret means that they can claim that territory and that safe haven to team fight from afterwards. JDG, they're winning the mid lane battle against the Lucian Milio. This is a combo which is meant to be uncontested in that. This is a big moment in this game now. You can see JDG, they're going to get...
Did I see Peanuts Rift Herald fail? Yeah. Thanks, Jobs. Thanks, Jobs, for the donation. That's very nice of you.
Game 1, whereas LNG taking both of the side lane out of turrets easily. But again, watching this, we don't even get a replay of the drift. I'm actually quite upset about that. But the Azir turret goes straight up. That means that
I assume that was intentional, just to sync up with the minion wave, but it really worked out even if it wasn't. And God knows what LNG was trying to do here. Like, I think maybe you can make that play if the timing is right, if you don't have a Azir turret, but it's really hard when Herald is up and with the Azir turret up to make that play.
No one's really there to follow up on him, like you mentioned. The Shurima's legacy goes down.
Would you be the host of a... Hold on. Would you be the host of a blind suitor dating show with ex-pros I'm putting together? My first suitors are Dardoch, St. Vicious, and I will dominate. It's called Jungle Love. I wish that was real. I would love to host that show. That shit would be hilarious.
You're trying to just calm the game down just a little bit. As we can see, Yagao dragging Scout all the way back in. He was sitting on Vision, and he will go down. Solo killed there by Yagao. And these are the small little mistakes that we saw from LNG.
I will happily host that.
This is not vintage LNG.
Call the investors.
It feels like they haven't quite put those
Look, LFN, if you produce that show, LFN will help you. Just saying. If you want to produce that show for free and you can get the buy-ins of those people and you set it up, you can get a cut of whatever profit we make from it. How about that? I will produce that show with LFN.
That's going to set his team up for success at the Dragon, just like Scout did before. Missing, forcing the flash out of Gala. That's a big tool away from the Lucian, who's had so little impact this game. JDG take the freebie. That's sole point for them. JDG, they're in a much, much more dominant position now.
And this is what we expected from JDG. This is the kind of gameplay that they have started building towards, even with the only 2 games.
I'll make some calls.
This is just unfortunate from Scout, but there's just no real reason for him to expect the ward to be there.
Wow, Scout got the reverse Azir jump scare this game.
It's not a common place for one.
I mean, obviously the fallback. No,
I produce a show where Monty talks to T1 fans en masse. Yeah, but here's the thing. I will talk to any number of T1 fans, but they have to talk to me one-on-one, and they have to do it on video where they show their cowardly little faces. We'll see who's got the real balls then.
They have the run of the map wherever they really want to go now.
Looks like they want to try and make something.
Spoiler, they won't. They're shitty little anonymous keyboard warriors.
Know where anyone could be coming from. They play towards that side of the map as well. They have a ward or 2 up towards that.
My favorite player to ever play, Score.
They actually have wards as well. So this is just JDG knowing
the real king of the jungle.
And honestly, with the lack of presence around this Baron, and knowing you have the inside track, they're going to push in this mid lane. I don't know if you can really defend this that well. You have such a short-range composition. There's the Weaver's Wall coming out. They're not quite able to catch out Missing. And that's just to defend the tier 2.
Yeah.
I will interview you as a T1 fan. Yeah, you're not the guy I'm talking about. We're talking about all the little shitters on who post on social media.
Maybe he wouldn't have enough range to answer, but with Yagao and Ruler over the wall, it kind of acts as a safety barrier for them at that point. So that Weaver's Wall not able to do that much. Weiwei luckily survives. That would have led to a Baron for free.
Am I doing power rankings on a team-by-team basis, or do also tier in each major region? No, it's the top 10 teams in the world. There's no tiers. There's just the top 10 teams.
Honestly, it's still going to be a Baron start. You have to imagine with Yagao on the map, blue buffs for everyone. They can get themselves a huge amount of Baron damage. LNG, they cannot afford to let Vision slip for too long in the top half of the map now.
And they need to start getting objectives. That tower bot lane is good. They need to start kind of opening up.
Get
these
Western
matches
analysts
so
talk
that
to
you can
Korean or
recover
Eastern
just
analysts.
to
Yeah, that would be really fun. I miss, you know, one of the things I miss most about casting at OGN is talking to the Korean casters like every day about their thoughts about the game. That was really fun. Kim Dong-jun was my favorite guy to talk to about that. I'm sad he's no longer like on the LCK main broadcast. I think he's great.
But I mean, you'll take that cooldown in the sense that there's nothing to fight for, so you're not worried.
Rejected by Monty.
That's fine. I mean, but you're not going to have a fight in the duration that this ult is now down. That's fine. LNG can't force the fights onto you. And if it had ended up being a Q a split second later from Weiwei, he would have been shunted back, and that would have potentially been dead jungler into Baron. JDG, I think they are one of our very best vision controlling teams in the LPL. You called it out earlier. Want to really highlight that again. LNG, they don't have the luxury of being able to leave this top side of the map unattended for too long. Luckily, they see Yagao sat here.
By Q on cooldown.
Range of the current combo, actually. But wait, Kanavi is here too. How quickly
Oh.
did they get this combo down?
Oh, he's going in. He flashed for it. Yagao is so lucky this game, guys. He lives with like 1 HP twice.
Gala's dead.
And they take him out. JDG, they took the shellacking they got in game number 1, and they're trying to dish out their own version of it. Zika has to go forward, but he didn't know that the Zonyas.
Man, these games have been really weird.
In a lot of trouble, and Missing just says, you know what, we can keep chasing this. Maybe not for the longest of times, but we can do it for the best of times. And that is an ace for.
Yeah, I know he's casting in Challenger, Dongjun.
Finally arriving in this series, and they're looking.
I said I'm sad he's not casting LCK anymore.
LNG, they tried
I know
to
he's still
smoke the barriers.
casting.
They thought they were in a chokehold and said, look, we have to pick off someone somewhere, but Kanavi.
If it was night, you say he's good but not lucky.
Scout ends up Zonyasing in the base.
I like
Just
Yagao,
before
guys.
play
It's the
happens.
problem.
Sadly,
I'm not a
again,
Yagao
also
hater.
full Zonyas. I guess he'll have the active after this point, but the Baron goes down. JDG, looks like they've survived the final gambit from LNG in this phase of the game. This will explode the gold lead beyond what it even is at this point. They're going to be able to transfer this into a soul afterwards to LNG. Credit to.
Do you think NA is closing the gap? Or I mean, they're still the same bad against Eastern regions, but I think LCS has been more fun to watch this year, and I think the average level is higher.
Yeah, Gala just gets caught. Straight up, just gets caught, and then that's it. Too much CC.
And again, reminder, first pick Lucian. Lucian is the dominant AD carry within the LPL. You give over a Lucian Milio, you're meant to be able to win with it. They have
Yeah, the level 1 really screwed them up here. And credit to Yagao for like hanging around and for them to make like the delayed play in bot side, because it took a lot of the wind out of the sails of the bot lane of LNG.
Has a stopwatch after all this point. He manages to keep himself at range, and you know, Zucker on the Cassante's had a good swing at things. It's just, what can you do when your carries are so out of position and dead before they can really be the decisive members in these team fights?
Yep, 7,000 gold lead now, and Cloud Soul just confirmed. They are pushing in towards that bot side, and the solo laners of LNG are top lane. They do have a TP on the scout, so he will be able to join this one, but I mean, your base is just being destroyed. I don't know if you can really justify this, and yeah, they're starting to recall now, but that feels like it's a desperation play. They have no other choice. I don't think they. I think they feel like they don't win a 5v5.
I mean, with this amount of grubs, you can't allow people to hit turrets like this. The repo men are outside your house. You gotta get home, LNG.
Yeah, they gotta get home. Make sure they're not losing everything, because right now the door has been busted open. 2 inhibitors down. Half health now onto that one Nexus turret. They'll be able to burn it down pretty much in the next minions or so, and that's just the power thing. Their Nexus to conquer. Zika looking for something here, trying to see if he can catch out Missing, and will be able to take him out. Yagao and Ruler still absolutely massive as they throw in more poke, more soldiers, and more plays. Yagao looking massive there with the Shurima.
It's just fair. It's just free.
Both mid laners now having an exceptional game.
Love this adaptation from JDG, saying, look, game 1, the issue was the Xayah Rakan. We're not going to give over that combination anymore. You can take the Xayah, but you ain't getting the instant engage.
I think Varus is one of the things.
JDG back on the blue side. Okay, so they're not going to be picking Rumble.
Seen how powerful both of these mid laners are going to be on that.
Didn't do them really any favors. The first game they would take the Varus instead. Ashe still available. Intriguingly. There's the Ashe, so Varus Ashe taken. This is rough, especially because you early picked the Cassante. So they're actually just going to hide whether the rel is a flex or not. Okay, this is an interesting strategy from LNG. So the worry would normally be that if you take a standard jungler here or a non-flex jungler, that they just can continue banning out bot side, which has already seen a lot of bot bans. So like, do you ban like Nautilus Blitz here? You're gonna take away the Poppy, which is very powerful with tower dives against the pushing lane of Ashe Varus. Maokai taken out, Nautilus Blitz. Leona. Okay. Blitz is still up though. You could run Draven Blitz. Draven Rel.
We'll see what they want to try and go with. The Zin's out there just a little.
Okay, Draven Pike, fine.
This is now high.
All right. Well, I mean, we correctly kind of predicted the way that draft was going to go, right? They keep support until R5, so that this could potentially be a flex pick. They have what is it, kill lane against a pushing lane in bot, but lots of dive potential. If we look at this, dive is pretty huge with the Talia and then the Xin Zhao as well. So there's a lot of threat onto the Draven and bot side, and we'll see if the Rel can actually get some stuff done in the early game to set up a kill. Huge single target kill pressure from Pike Draven, though.
Trying to maybe pick off someone like the Talia from mid lane as well. There's a potential that if Yagao over pushes, Mark can get a
Steph Curry sim. I haven't watched League in 6 years. How's my favorite player and Goat of the West, Perks, been doing lately? You guys are funny trolls.
Know that we don't have to talk about that too much. And Kanavi back on the Xin Zhao. Generation in spades between Draven passive. Control comes into that. The way that squishy, very snowbally champions.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It feels like this bot lane is just already teetered on the edge of a night.
Do I think Poppy is cute?
Someone messes Varus, could be
define cute.
That's exactly from either side, really. Yes, the Pike Draven, an exceptionally powerful. About it, you'll have constant slows, you'll have constant auto attacks and volleys being kind of thrown your way, but it is just going to be so difficult for.
Imagine it's double Halo Blades coming out from the Varus.
Hey, China, do you like being pandered to? Well, here is our Year of the Dragon character. Now in extra New Year clothing for you. And guess what? That's not all. Let's have some red New Year's skins for everybody. Thank you for the free $1 billion, China.
At that level 1 mark. Keep your eyes on bot lane. In fact, keep your eyes exactly where every single member is stacked. From the Varus Ashe as well. Very, very strong at that level 1 mark. Keep your eyes on bot lane. In fact, keep your eyes exactly.
All right. Here we go. It's a level 1 Fiesta. Nice engage.
The crash down comes in, and there's going to be the first blood. Flandre is ticking down. He gets healed, so he won't fall. Nobody dies. How does he get away with that now? You have to be so careful.
Wow, nobody flash followed him. I'm actually kind of impressed. Nice pullback, actually. LNG loses this now? How? Yagao is trolling, though. Guys, Yagao is trolling. He's literally walking up when there's a Pike on the enemy team, and he knows that the ward is placed right there. He sees the ward being put down. He's like, you know what I should do? Walk up and queue. And what the fuck, man? Nymira, why is everyone trolling in this game? Why was LNG trolling literally every lane in game number 1? Why are they trolling here?
Oh my gosh. Absolute bloodbath at level 1. Only the 1 kill, but the HP bars were shredded back and forth. 2 hooks from Mark. Put out the last time which he played it was, of course, played the Pike was last summer. Against Weibo, he played it twice last summer. In fact, all 4 of his Pike.
LNG is such a weird team. What do you mean? Like, they literally like inted all of their lanes and then still somehow won the game because JDG threw harder. This series has been really bad, actually. I'm really disappointed in both of these teams. Like, what the fuck is this? You know, why doesn't Cassante use Ghost here? I have so many questions. Guys. Why doesn't Cassante use Ghost and just go kill this guy? If they kill this guy, then he can just come around. This can be won much harder, I think, for LNG. Yeah, I've seen the LNG BLG games. Yeah. Or I haven't seen those yet. I'm watching those later.
Look for these level ones, don't get me wrong, but this is really quite disrespectful from JDG to stick around.
He doesn't even try and flash it.
That's the mistake for me. You survived the first one. Why keep around for the second?
Why did he use Ghost later?
Hook cooldown comes back up.
Why does Zika use Ghost? Why Ghost now?
Really quite disrespectful from JDG to stick around after the hook cooldown comes back up. That's the mistake.
What is Gala? What is Gala cleansing?
For me, you survived the first one. Why keep around for the second?
Why does Gala cleanse?
Yeah, I feel like you just let the rotation of cooldowns come round, and then you were just left with nothing else to do. So you've lost several flashes, even lost a kill there as.
What the fuck? Why do we use Ghost late instead of using Ghost to kill Aatrox? Why are we cleansing? And also, go watch Nymira's LPL co-streams. You should go do that, guys. Follow his channel. Yeah, tried to cleanse his. I need to cleanse my fucking eyes after watching that level 1. Random Latin dude on YouTube. Yes, hello. He's cleansing his sins. Guys, why?
As well as it was Yagao to go down, but Draven getting that is not an opportune moment. And
how do they lose this game?
God, just the double hail of blades.
How do they lose this game? Gala gets first blood, goes back, buys longsword, completely cuts off Ruler's head and shits down his neck in a lane that they should be losing.
It's still strong level 1 room. I was just wondering if.
So is LNG just a team that has to int in order to win, and if they're doing well in the early game, then they have to throw?
You know, the Poke Varus being pretty good versus the Azir later into the game as well. Poke Varus always been good versus that champion, but this is one of the issues with giving over. The 400 gold first blood to Gala. It doesn't matter that he doesn't have any stacks built up to get that cash in. He enters lane with 2 more.
So they get a 3-wave stack into the turret. Varus and Asher level 1. They have 3 CS. Gala has first blood on Draven.
The 2 2v2s. Normally, Varus Ash is they win so hard in level 1, but it's still something which can flip a bit. You have to play it well still, which is why it doesn't always work in something like solo queue. Does absolutely get flipped on his head though with the extra stats, and suddenly Gala and Mark, this bot lane which needs to snowball, they're on the way to it.
LNG win by getting Scout side lane gold at 15 to 20 minutes, so they just turned into Gen G from last year.
Seeing if they can maybe throw that down the mountain. Weiwei will be spotted out here, so shouldn't be able to get much else out of this. As we can see now, Zika just forcing Flandre right underneath the turret and just dodging away from him so expertly. Not going to be able to get a plate this early on in the game, but just very, very nicely done to see how well you can just manage that lane, really.
Dude, they are clapping right now. Yes? X Flash? Nope.
If you do ask me. So
all right.
Even with a flash available to Ruler, it was a stretch to say the least. And Kanavi, knowing that Weiwei was on the bot side, was very ready for anyone to look for any shenanigans. But they're still sitting here. This is still a 3v3. Neither of the solo laners have moved just yet, and they're actually on a recall.
So Kanavi's just looking to protect the crash from Ruler and missing, knowing that there's a flash on Pyke, which means that he could go for a flash stun with the
Mark.
as well. He's
yes. Yes.
Not stayed long enough.
Yeah, but now they might look for a re-engage because you've already used everything to try and get on top of missing.
Fight! Oh, he has no mana.
Still has flash, will have cleanse up in a second. He had to flash away because they've got. They might look for a
what?
Ruler and missing, knowing that there's a flash on Pyke, which means that he could go for a flash stun with the undertow as well. He's looking for it out. Kanavi's not stayed long enough.
Yeah, but now they might look for a re-engage because you've already used everything to try and get on top of missing. Gala, no man.
Gall is just not there for this play whatsoever. He needs to get the autos down now.
Yeah, but now they might look for
because Jin Zhao has a full rotation of spells and you have volley. Oh god, it's so ugly.
Still has flash, will have have cleanse up in a second. He had to flash away because they've got these auto attacks coming in, and you've no flash on Weiwei, and he's gonna go down. Kanavi equals back up the kills.
The volley just fucks you up if you're not all there. That was so sad.
They just kind of stayed a little bit too much. They looked for a little bit too much.
Okay, but Mark's still here with a hook. He's getting the stun on Yagao. He still has no flash from level 1, and he goes down to Scout.
Yeah, and Kanavi might be burning a flash onto Scout here if he can get the back up the kills. Draven will just about get out alive, but this is LNG. They just kind of stayed a little bit too much. They looked for a little bit too much.
What? Does Yagao know that there's a pike in this game? Does Yagao know there's a pike in this game? Why do I have to watch this motherfucker dying to pike 10 times in this game?
He still has no flash from level 1, and he goes
Does he
down
know
to
what
Scout.
pike does?
Yeah, and Kanavi might be burning a flash onto Scout here if he can get the knock up, but Scout very disciplined on the trigger, won't be caught out by that. And this is a much more fun early game than we've had for a lot of the LPL.
How is this iteration of JDG making me fucking mad?
Who could believe that Varus Ashe versus Draven Pike could be a really nasty level 1 in early game? Almost like we told that right the way from draft. It is exactly as it is on the paper. Both of these teams know they have to snowball, and in true LPL fashion, instead of trying to keep hands away and saying, "Ooh, I don't want it to snowball against me," it is all in on the bot side of the map to see what.
This game is so stupid.
Somehow JDG have managed to claw back something in this bot side from a disastrous level 1. At the start of this, I thought, okay, Kanavi separated from his bot lane. It's very, very dangerous. But then as soon as Missing gets out of this play, things get really difficult. This is the other thing about the Ashe support. It's a 3-man
Missing's so
volley.
annoying,
It's a
actually. Ashe is so
continual
annoying.
The slow from the Ashe is
I was dying
significantly
inside
lower
casting this.
when you're trying to disengage and run away. The double range
I'm
is so
dying
hard to
externally watching it.
Gao's dead. He will die.
What the
Ashe is
fuck, guys?
significant at these early levels.
What the
When you're
fuck?
trying to
Yagao.
disengage and run away. The double range is so hard to escape from.
You used flash again.
He will die, and that is a surety in this world. Weiwei will poke him with the big old lance, and that will be the end of that. And lost his flash again, pretty much off cooldown. So Yagao not having a good time
He has a death every 2 minutes. He's
He
0
does have
and
it,
3.
yeah.
He has a
Yeah.
death every 2 minutes.
Honestly,
he
it's
had
impressive on its
a
own.
pretty crap game 1, don't get me wrong. But game 2 looked pretty good again. The Azir was awesome. This has not been the game for Yagao so far. He's had some on and off moments. I know historically he used to have that in previous iterations.
How does LNG lose this game?
But,
How?
we were really
How?
hoping It looked like they woke up in game number 2. Can they
Outside of the oopsie in the laning phase in game 1, Scout was really good on the Azir, and now he's got a massive lead.
Loses the flash, but the flash is still there from Scout, who has the discipline to hold on to it and shuffle him back into Weiwei. JDG still have...
Hiva, lol. I know you. How's it going, Hiva? I see you following.
Back to the lane after that untimely death.
How's life, Hiva?
And assist that as well.
Comp diff.
Yagao got rulered, unfortunately.
You know, you can say that, but the lead they got at level 1 was so absurd that shouldn't matter in this case. Talia OP.
I know. I'm only
Talia versus 5 melees. That's a good point. That is a good point.
The move itself, regardless of what it's called, of waiting for that flash.
Talia is great.
Predicting the flash while you go for it is becoming synonymous with good Azir players. It's almost becoming kind of the standard that you're willing to go for. And it's similar to when we say, like, you know, an insect Lee Sin kick and stuff like that, where it's like, this goes from literally God tier, can't believe he did that, to if you don't know how to do this, you're not good at the champion. So it really is kind of crazy how defining one moment in a game can be to the history of or even the standard of the game.
Yeah, there are definitely some moments where you're happy to just take a flash, don't get me wrong, but committing your own flash to guarantee the kill and the shuffle back is so important in some moments of this game, and particularly now with Yagao not even at Lost Chapter at this point. He's been shut down quite comprehensively in this early game, with, of course, Scout getting a lot of the lion's share from LNG instead. Like, have to really see if Scout can go and do what... So, Scout does this thing, by the way. We'll see it in the next couple of minutes, where once the first couple of fights start happening...
Azir has to do some heavy lifting, true. But, I mean, Scout's Azir was really good in the first game of this series, and historically, he's been great on the champion. And with the leads they have, you know, the advantages they have, you would assume that this would still be able to be snowballed in spite of some of the shortcomings of Melee versus, you know, Aatrox or Talia.
This Azir becoming a factor in this game.
Yeah, and need to be so very careful of where.
Also, I'm using my eyeballs to see how shittily Yagao is playing.
These are things you think should be commonplace for a professional player, but you sometimes get a long series like this, 3 games. Even for someone like JDG, you've been traveling from Beijing to Suzhou. You have a little bit of time lapse, you know, you get a little bit tired, things, standards can slip a little bit. We have calmed down after our pretty.
How are things going on Fnatic, Haiva?
In a you know, kind of 6-minute time or a 7-minute kind of thing. We're kind of slowing down just a little bit, and congrats to Yagao. Hasn't given up a death so far, so he's slowly reducing the average of his deaths to time ratio. We're very happy about that here.
I am benchwarmer.
Really
I thought you were a coach for them.
A death every 2 minutes. Like in a professional game, if you manage that, that's not good, folks.
You have a very good reputation in LoL like teams as being a very good coach. You have your rep is very good. Hey Dust.
Support's being able to move across the map too. Missing doesn't have his ult just yet. You can see that the second grubs have spawned though. He hits 6 off of this wave, and arrow is available. Can Mark do the same on the pike? Get himself that death from below. That could be a huge.
Were you Yamato'd, Haiva?
He gets an extra golden pocket from Mark. Getting towards that. That would be a big injection of gold.
Well, Weiwei looking to contest, will do indeed. Eats the arrow and just tries to walk away from it. Flashes away from the seismic shove, but Zika walks into the line of fire as the 3 grubs get taken there. Weiwei trying to see if he can maybe bait Flandre a little bit further in, but nothing going there. TP from Scout to the top side, but it's JDG now starting to pick up the pace, gaining back the momentum.
You're gonna have to play for another 10 years to bait Flandre 2 forwards like that. Well, I say that. He's definitely been baited once or twice in his time. Flandre back on the roster after, well, back on a roster rather after, of course, being out of play for a year, taking a break with that. Of course, he's facing up against the mid laner he won Worlds with. We mentioned that just the other game, but Scout and Flandre, 2021 EDG World Champions. What a roster that was. Flandre was in such a weird spot with that, though. It wasn't his peak year of play. For those of you that, you know, didn't watch back in the LPL back in 2015, 2016,
all of LNG's leads slowly lost support control. Yeah, they don't cross map very well, which is super weird. You know, it's super weird. They like don't prepare for objectives.
Happy about that. We're kind of slowing down just a little bit, and congrats to Yagao.
Keep up a death every 2 minutes. Like in a professional game, have spawned though.
Like we're not prepared for a second grub spawn.
Can Mark do the same on the pike? Get himself that death from below.
We're not transitioning top side of the map at all. We don't have pressure in mid.
Get an extra golden pocket from Mark. Getting towards that.
And LNG also just like show up late for objectives and then just decide not to. They just decide not to contest them. Or just do it super weirdly. Like why are we engaging? Why are we engaging on one flank right now with 2 people when we see their entire team at Grubs and Pike and Azir? Azir is literally recalling as we're engaging. Do they just not talk to each other?
Walks into the line of fire as the 3 grubs get taken there.
Now, why are we walking into that? Who is making this call? You're walking in before Scout can recall and then TP back.
JDG now starting to pick up the pace, gaining back the momentum.
I mean, Weiwei is a downgrade right now, not because he's bad, but because he doesn't have the synergy with Scout. And I mean, why would you go in right there? You just gave up the grubs and died for no reason.
He's facing up against
now they lose plates. What a train wreck, man.
2021 EDG World Champions. What a roster that was. Flandre was in such a weird spot with that, though. It wasn't his peak year of play. For those of you that, you know, didn't watch back in the LPL back in 2015, 2016, he was such a big player back then. Scout's gonna just about escape up here from that player. But Flandre, what a magnificent player he's had over his history of his 700 LPL.
Haiva says, all memes aside, Blue Comp is a full meat grinder, while Red is the so-called sausage. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But, I mean, like, the thing is, LNG just reacts so poorly to pressure in these games.
Well, I say that. He's definitely been baited once or twice in his time. Flandre back on the roster.
Like the way that they were playing some of those, you know, the pressure in the mid lane last game and the way they reacted to it, but like Weiwei just goes in too early.
course, being
The
out
coordination
of
isn't
World
there.
Champions.
Like you just why are we contesting this?
But Zika,
The grubs are not that important. You already got 3 of them. Like let it go, man. Who cares? You're not set up for this. They're fucking playing Ashe.
anyway, looking to contest, will do indeed. Eats the arrow and just tries to walk away.
Okay,
from
let's
the
just
flash,
walk into a
away from the
2v4,
side.
die,
There, TP
lose our top laner,
He's definitely
and then lose
also
plates.
facing up against the mid laner he won World
So
Cup. You
stupid.
mentioned that just the other game, but Scout and Flandre, 2021 EDG World Champions. What a roster that was. Flandre was in such a weird spot with that, though. It wasn't his peak year of play. For those of you that, didn't watch back in the LPL back in
Just
2015,
wacky, man.
he was such a
I'm so sad about LNG. They're my favorite LPL team last year, and I don't like seeing them like
What
this.
a magnificent player he's had over his history of his
All of their fun early game Tarzan and Scout shenanigans are now just gone into like random inting.
Even better.
only gets larger.
It is. You know what? Funny thing is, it only goes up. You don't get any minus games, unfortunately, depending on how you remember them. But I mean, we'll see where they want to try and go. Flandre able to burn the flash off of Scout as well. So for the moment, no one's really too just happy with the way his game's gone down. Azir does pick up a Nashor's Tooth, and with the 2 kills going over onto Kanavi, he is starting to become a little bit of a mid-game threat. He has a 20 CS up on his counterpart as well. And this is starting to become a bit of a problem. As you can see, Mark needs to be very careful with how far he gets, or how close he gets to this Xin Zhao.
Oh, God, like, you gotta be a little careful there, buddy. He has the cleanse and has to blow it.
Cleanse and flash burned here by Gala, as Ruler wasn't even part of that. And this is the power of the Ashe. The Ashe just becomes such an obnoxious pick because you lose your cleanse and your flash, they're down for a couple of minutes. That Ashe arrow is already a quarter of the way done, and she's level 7.
And one of the sad things about that, I think that was a bit of a trying to be a predictive Captain Jack, because he thought the arrow would land. It doesn't. So the cleanse is actually blown for nothing. Mark on this Pyke, first ult of the game, yet to be cast. He needs to really keep getting involved because this Ashe is
Conditional engage so good in League of Legends. Conditional engage, the real pro tool of the trade. Do we have Astro? Do we have Sejuani ult? Do we have Varus ult? Let's go fishing.
An unholy amount of Chem Dragons spawned in this LPL Spring Split, and we are going to continue with that trend. The LCK get Cloud Souls, we get Chem Souls.
Yeah, I would kind of prefer the Cloud Souls at this point, buddy. Like, this soul is just not really the one which changes the game particularly. The Rift is more important than the Dragons itself, rather the soul itself. The actual stats you get from it is okay. You get some slow resist and, well, some tenacity rather. It's actually quite valuable, don't get me wrong, but the soul itself doesn't really change the game to the extent which the others do.
Real talk, we should bring Talia Jungle back. She never left, man.
But for now, JDG started to
I mean, Canyon was playing her last year even when she wasn't super popular, and it's just one of those champions that Canyon can kind of bust out at any time. Like, it's still playable. It's still playable for sure.
As well. No flash. He gets flicked back, and yeah, he knocks back Kanavi, but a heal coming in from missing just mean that he's not. Goes the Weaver's wall. Scout gonna get hit by the Ashe arrow as well. No flash.
Oh god.
He gets flicked back, and yeah, he knocks back Kanavi, but a heal coming in from missing.
Why even waste ult, frankly? Why even use a zero ult there? You're just dead.
I feel like LNG, they had a great start, and they just didn't really do a lot with it.
Yeah, there's only room for one ruler in the bot lane, so the Emperor is shoved very ungraciously out towards the death zone. Scout goes down, ruler gets first turret in.
He started to really get back this. Don't forget, they were out 2 for sure.
The soul itself, the actual.
They've brought that
Draven Pike just not on the map. It's a good
full
dive.
turret if,
Scout is way too far up.
Ends up getting caught out here. There goes the Weaver's wall. Scout gonna get hit by the Ashe arrow as well. No flash.
Scout getting caught out in the side lanes quite a bit in the last couple games. That was not defendable, by the way. Scout had no business being there. He has no business being there. Draven Pike not on the map. You're playing into Talia. Like, it's just bad.
So the Emperor is shoved very ungraciously out towards the death zone. Scout goes down. Ruler gets first turret in the bot side. That's a large injection of cash. He's got himself all of his summoners available. He's got himself the Blade the Ruin King. He is very, very fed now. Need to be very careful do LNG. That ruler can't just free hit and run down with ghosts, especially with someone like the Ashe helping to continually reapply slows. That's going to be a big issue. Great.
Flash into Q3 right away. Into Ashe Arrow. Into Talia W. It's very nice. It's a very pretty kill from JDG.
Draven sitting on about, I think it's 282 or 52 stacks. A bit far away from me there, but it is enough to get
I've got you.
262. Thank you so much. But yeah, if you're wondering how that's calculated, it's the kill plus 50 gold plus the stacks times 2.5. So let you guys do the maths on that at home. Yeah.
Hang on, sorry, second. 50 plus kill, which will say is 300, plus 2 times. Okay, if someone's dying at the other side. So
Yeah.
we don't get that. Could you at least let Draven
No,
get the
continue
gold
your
so we can
maths. The
check our
exam
work?
is still on. Continue with your exam.
The Ashe Varus just out all into you. Well, in this particular game, the Draven got a kill at level 1. So it should not have been the case because Gala actually chunked out Ruler before third wave even crashed after getting a kill. And so he came back with Longsword, and it should have been a pretty easy conversion, but they took a really terrible 3v3 in the bot side where, you know, Gala, the guy who had the advantage, wasn't even there. So it was definitely playable because of the level 1. That's why this is disappointing, but I understand what you're saying. Generally speaking, all things being equal, the Ashe Varus is tough to roll with.
For another minute 40 seconds, maybe try to use that as a potential point of pressure after the dragon spawns. But yeah, this is Scout getting caught, and then there's not really much else to say. Just dies.
And Flandre takes down his old mid laner, the one which he lifted the world champion.
Yeah, Draven's 550, I believe.
We've had a couple of those today. Of course, we had the OMG versus old OMG. It was fun for them with NIP in the first series of the day, and in this one, we've gone the distance between two of our top teams. We assume to be anyway at this point in the season. JDG very much have the advantage right now. I think Kanavi has had an exceptional couple of games on the Shinzao as well. He hasn't picking fights around this quite fed Shinzao.
Yeah, he's a big lad, and you're still dealing with kind of half items really on the rel. So yes, you have got the rune, excuse me, I can't remember what it's called. What's it? Aftershock. Jeez, could not remember the word of it to try and keep you tanky, but you don't have a lot of innate kind of tankiness to keep you going. Going full tilt to try and see if you can maybe get somebody. Scout does get caught out by a ward though, so they know he's there. Ruler pops the ghost. A nice little bit of pressure there from Scout. Does get a summoner, but outside of that, doesn't really give them anything else.
Some little bit to poke there. Wait, you sure you want to be taking that? There's a chance that a Varus ult comes in after that. Isn't going to be the case, so he gets out for free. Missing now out of position, but dodges the fancy feet.
Oh, they stop Wei from getting over the wall as well. The Ashe Arrow comes in, Gala cleanses. I don't even think he needed to be perfectly honest. He could have just tanked that, it would have been fine. The flick back there onto Zika as he's the tank, and they take out Missing. That's a 1-for-none trade. The Ashe Arrow comes in, Gala cleanses. I don't even think he needed to be perfectly honest. He could have just tanked that, it would have been fine.
Nice engage by Zika.
He's the tank, and they take out Missing. That's a 1-for-none trade. Well, the Ashe Arrow comes in, Gala cleanses. I don't even think he needed to be perfectly honest. He could have just tanked that, it would have been fine. The flick back there onto Zika.
What was the cash in there? 700?
1-for-none trade, and Zika is still on the Kazante. Ghost pops, and he is just flying away, running and sprinting off. But look at these health bars. You're not exactly the healthiest team in the world as LNG. You want to get some of these resets in, and that's exactly what they're going for. Wei just keeping everyone interested, keeping them a distraction, while Zika gets a reset.
Gonna be able to come in with TP too.
Scouts.
Oh, he doesn't blow it, and he's waiting.
Oh my god! And the Draven gets a shutdown.
To make sure he didn't have it happen a third time, but he ends up getting caught, and now LNG breathes some life back into this mid game as they get themselves their first dragon.
JDG really gets split, but he might have to blow it. Scouts.
Oh, or Wei just to be perfect.
Be the case, so he gets out for free. Missing now out of position, but dodges the fancy feet.
Oh, they stop Wei from getting over the wall as well. The Ashe Arrow comes in, Gala cleanses. I don't even think.
All right, Yagao's wall is kind of useless there because they don't actually divide anyone into a position where
missing now out of position, but dodges
they can get any kills or value out of this, right? Wei just absorbs all of the CC. Gala cleanses arrow. He kind of accidentally gets hit by it. But Cassante already has the prio on the movement, and he's ghosting up into the play.
I don't even think he needed to be perfectly honest. He could have just tanked that. It would have been fine. The flick back there onto Zika as he's the tank, and they take out Mystic. That's a 1-for-none trade, and Zika is still on the Cassante. Ghost pops, and he is just flying away, running and sprinting off. But look at these health bars. You're not exactly the healthiest team in the world as LNG. You want to get some of these resets in, and that's exactly what they're going for. Wei just keeping.
You know, I'm not leaving these games with a great impression of either of these teams, guys.
So Ruler still has flash, but he might have to blow it. Scouts.
Oh, he doesn't blow
There's been
it.
some really fucking questionable plays from both sides.
He wanted to make sure he didn't have it happen a third time, but he ends up getting caught, and now LNG breathes some life back into this mid-game as they get themselves their first dragon.
JDG really gets split up after the initial fight happens.
JDG's still in a fine position, though. They built up a pretty significant lead. And the Draven still has to find a place where he can auto-attack in like a front-to-back team fight in this situation and not get potentially flanked by an Aatrox.
Despite the fact that the game was slipping away from them somewhat, managed to get themselves some gold in hand and stop the dragon stacking from JDG. As much as we complain about Chemtech Soul, it's still a Dragon Soul. Scout, he's died a lot in this bot lane. There is a chance that Flandre runs at him again. He doesn't have his ult just available. I think he's trying to count down his ultimate to get the world ender.
Yeah, it's a good
it's
start.
Up now. Scout's in a bit of a weird spot, but he'll be able to fly away.
I was gonna say he should be fine. He's got the shuffle and the flash.
LBL not looking as crazy as they looked last year. Yeah, they definitely, it feels weaker as a whole.
I mean, this is a fantastic set of sidesteps.
Well, we'll see. There's a lot of season left.
And then it's just a bit of an overplay. They don't quite have the timer when the top laners are coming in, and I think Kanavi and Missing kind of missed the memo.
Thank you, Lols Naga, for your tier 1 sub. Appreciate it.
Even in game 2, he was the bright point from LNG. This player, someone that we've talked about as one of the better top laners in the LPL. But then right here, this is the mistake. The team gets split. Ruler is on his own. Has to sidestep the pike hook, which means that he can't quite kind of flee a large enough distance to get out of the range of LNG's follow-up.
And the big thing of that fight was Gala got a cash out. He got himself about 1,000 gold, misses out on 2 ultimates on his side.
Yeah, there's a lot of spring season left, so I wouldn't read too much into this, especially considering now they'll have a break to practice up and before they get back into professional play after the Lunar New Year break. Having a week and a half with no games to kind of retool yourself is very valuable.
And that Draven as well, of course, going for the lethality, has a bit of crit chance from the collector built up, and I'd imagine it'll be a Lord Dominus Regards coming in soon after that point. But for those of you that missed this during the offseason as well, lethality no longer kind of gives you increasing value throughout the game. It now just gives you the full value right from the start of the game, which means that it is very, very strong to snowball with. Gala has built himself up a decent amount of lethality now, so if he's hitting anyone that they really deny him from but that should be a really good point to kind of look at to see how safe does Draven feel he can be while knowing where the enemy members are.
Gold looking about dead even. 2 dragons to 1 in favor of JDG, but 3 grubs apiece. And this is getting tough. You know, this is getting a tough situation for JDG. Your comp is good, but it's very short range, and as you mentioned earlier, no one's really full tank. It's very squishy.
Yeah, it is. You have, well, your tank is, no, the Cassante is tanky before he pushes ult. At least he can press his W as well. The Rel is, Rel's a weird one, right? Because typically you're jumping into so many members, you don't often get to function as a tank because you're just shredded by 4 people you jump into if you miss your engage. And if you do hit your engage, they're CC'd, so does it matter if you're as tanky as you could be? That's a question for another time, I suppose. On the other side, really it is just Kanavi's ultimate, the Crescent Guard. That will be the way that you can play around the front line. The arrow's going to be a swing and a miss. Not going to land onto an important target from LNG.
Yeah, no preseason this year definitely hurt professional play pretty significantly.
Vision control. Scouts not moving out of topside, and Zucker's moving into the mid lane. We have a fight.
Yeah, we do have a fight. Wei going to jump straight in onto mid.
Fighting towards top lane vision priority and topside vision control. Scouts not moving out of topside, and Zucker's moving into the mid lane. We have a fight.
Yeah, we do have a fight. Wei going to jump straight.
JDG
Why are we getting
fighting
picked?
towards top lane vision, priority, and top side
And
vision.
why are we walking into them? Why are we walking into the pink warded brushes?
In the mid lane, we have a fight.
Yeah, we do have a fight. Way, gonna jump straight in onto Miss.
How do you even get caught? You have hawk shot.
Priority and top side. That and if you do hit your engage, they're CC'd, so does it matter if you're as Kanavi's ultimate the Crescent Guard?
Yeah, they go fishing for an arrow here, but you can't play as aggressively for vision if you do not have arrow any longer. And your Talia's in the bot side, not creating zones.
Priority and top side vision control. Scouts not moving out of top side, and Zucker's moving into the mid lane. We have a fight.
Yeah, we do have a fight. Way, gonna jump straight in onto Missing. They won't get the Pike ultimate, but now Zika, he brings someone right.
Moving out of top side, and Zucker's moving into the mid lane. We have a fight.
Yeah, we do have a fight. Way, gonna jump straight in onto Missing. They won't get the Pike ultimate.
Man, Zika's always on the flank this game.
Back in, and that's no jungler. That's no support. You've no way of getting vision onto this. They're gonna have to try and find out how to stop this Baron.
Well, I don't know if they can at this point. Flandres uses ultimate, Ruler has too. LNG still have pike hooks to play around. They can just wait for another cooldown of that. JDG, what can they do?
What can they do? They're getting a lot of damage down, though. They jump straight in on top of Yagao, but he flashes away and keeps himself alive. Flandre
Oh my god, the Baron damage.
Not quite going down. There is the stand aside. And LNG, their health bars are just too low. Piercing arrow will not land its mark, but they will get them off the Baron. The contest had to come in there from JDG, otherwise this game was going to snowball away from them.
Very, very close to a clutch pick on Yagao, but he flashes out of the follow-up CC from Weiwei after the mount-up knockback lands onto him. What this... Look, I can't really contest this right now. Can JDG take the Dragon quick enough before a Baron start comes up? Yes, they can, so it's not going to be a reaction Baron coming in from LNG on a kind of time scale, which will force them into a really bad situation. But LNG still, as we
Iva says, I do have to say, missing Yagao and Summit Kanavi tend to think they're playing all-in comps regardless of their champs. I mean, that's... You have to play around your arrow cooldown timer because that's the big threat, right? And so if you're chucking it out and you miss, that's fine, but you can't just continually to try and play aggressively for vision after that. Especially when you're playing into a composition that does picks and single target damage super well.
Haven't been replaced here by JDG on the top side, so they are going to be trying to slowly walk into what is effectively going to be dead vision for them. They're going to be pure fog of war, and they're on it.
So there's a blue trinket which has gone over. Flandre's been spotted. He has himself an ult and an Edge of Night, so he's not going to get picked off too easily. The reason why JDG were face-checking that brush is because they really don't have vision here. Look how dark it is. They're trying to clump up and use safety in numbers, but they don't have that much vision onto the Baron. They have another blue trinket just there, but that's all of their map hacks down. They don't have their UAVs anymore. Missing's going to have to wait for his E cooldown.
They're going to look for Kanavi here, but they don't have everyone to follow up onto it. Zika gets jumped on here as the wind becomes lightning, and Kanavi just stands himself strong. He's not scared. He's not afraid to push himself into a good position, even to put himself into a dangerous position, because he knows that he can survive.
Yeah, Nymir, I agree. JDG's style last year was just kind of like snap engages,
They're getting separated off now a little bit. Zika is a little
which was very effective for them, but...
Use his ultimate if he can, but for the moment he's fine. The Magnet Storm is big, but Kanavi's just acting like a huge wall of wind, just stopping everything from coming.
Oh my god, Jhin, look at the value of Jhin ult here.
Use his ultimate if he can, but for the moment he's fine. The Magnet Storm is big, but Kanavi's just acting like a huge
it's great at just isolating.
Stopping everything from coming forward, and they get rid of Weiwei. Now the shoe is on the other foot. LNG don't have their jungler, and JDG can turn and burn. Like a huge off now a little bit. Zika is a little bit isolated here. He might be forced to use his ult.
No, he goes for the Hex Flash engage. Oh man, it's such a good angle. It's such a good angle. But the counter ult by Kanavi there creates such a big zone. And as Iva was saying, you know, they're very low range, so it's super hard for them to engage in a choke point like that where they're just going to get mass hit by Talia and Aatrox.
That was so close to the...
From coming forward, and they get rid of Weiwei. Use his ultimate if he can, but for the moment he's fine. The Magnet Storm is big, but Kanavi's just acting like a huge wall of wind, just stopping everything from coming forward, and they get rid of Weiwei. Now the...
As would right then the position before would be interesting argument for LNG just to start Baron, since their comp is kind of done, so otherwise they tried. Good night, Guardian X4X. Smash that subscribe button, turn on notifications for future videos. Thank you.
There's a teleport coming in, and there are some low hits that will
Get rid of Weiwei. Now the can, but for the moment.
Now our rel ult is used.
He's just acting like a separated off now a little bit. And Zika is a little bit isolated here. He might be forced to use his ultimate.
Oh, at 24:30. Oh, you were talking about earlier.
The magnet storm is big, but Konami just acting like a huge wall of wind, just stopping everything from coming forward, and they get rid of Weiwei. Now the shoe is on the other foot. LNG don't have their jungler, and JDG can
Fighting in choke points is very, very hard for LNG, though, even if you see the big engage.
Coming in from LNG on a kind of time scale, which will force them into a really bad situation. Can JDG take the dragon
24:30.
for a little while and look for the next player of the game?
I mean, they have total vision control
Baron coming in from
in this
LNG.
sequence, right?
By scouts, kind of time scale they do so.
He's doing there. Don't need to replace.
No, they are attempting to clear,
Flandre's been spotted. He has himself an ult and an Edge of Night, so he's not going to get picked off.
and they're trying to go for it.
That brush is because they really don't.
They do have rel ult here.
They're trying to clump up and use safety in numbers, but they don't have that.
This was probably their best opportunity to go for it.
Blue trinket just there, but that's all of their map hacks down. They don't have their UAVs anymore. Missing's gonna have to wait for his E cooldown.
They're gonna look for Konami here, but they don't have everyone to follow up onto it. Zika gets jumped on here as the wind becomes lightning. He can get out with his flash and his ult available.
No, that's probably their best opportunity.
Mid lane, they're getting separated off now a little bit. And Zika is a little bit isolated here. He might be forced to use his ultimate if he can, but for the moment he's fine. The magnet storm is big, but Konami just acting like a huge wall of wind, just stopping everything from coming forward, and they get rid of Weiwei. She was on the other foot. LNG don't have their jungler, and JDG can turn and burn.
That was so close to the clutch engage that Weiwei has been looking for the entire game, but I think a knockup stopped him getting a clean combo. The Baron is now getting absolutely shredded. There's a teleport coming in, and there are some low HP bars. LNG, they can look for a fight.
Scout saw his ult. There it goes.
But can they take out anybody else? The full ultimate comes in. They will get the
Yeah, well, it's over now.
And the other side of this too, they stop LNG.
Stopping the siege of the Talia Ash Varus with Baron buff is gonna be basically impossible.
And as we just pointed out there too, Ruler isn't caught in the engage because Flandre manages to get a Q onto Weiwei.
I love delays.
Tell to leave. Top lane
for this.
The ability.
I only had a license for the last to work. You could call it R was used.
Yeah.
That was the bug.
I'm not just a pretty face.
Back to the game.
But yes, we are jumping in. The R was used.
So I guess this will be the conversation which they're having, which maybe so Mark did get a shutdown at some point. He did get a kill in that last fight around the Baron. Now, maybe it was a question about whether there was gold being gained or whether the cooldown was back. We don't have full information about this. This is purely speculation. But given that the Observer just highlighted it, I'm fairly confident it's one of those things.
Possibly, but we can...
No, you didn't get a kill.
Just leave it as is. Bygones be bygones. As we have Baron available for JDG, they will have that for another minute 45.
Yep.
Gold is dead even. 3 dragons to 1. Next dragon in a minute 30. So you'll have the Baron until the dragon spawns. But I mean, if you're LNG, you're going to have...
He's just cleared through all of the map that they would have liked, but they have managed to push up driver's licenses and stuff like that. Vision control's the name of the game, folks, as we get back onto the Rift. And you can see that LNG have done a very good job of very quickly sweeping through what they can with the Umbral Glaive on the pike to make sure that they can get as much information and deny...
Get the gold front without the kill participation.
TP coming in now.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue was.
That is going to be Scout. Good hook down. And they're going to try and burst out Konami. Both ultimates used by the junglers. Ash Arrow does land immediately into Zhonya's. And Weiwei, though, taking a lot of... to be Scout. Good hook down. And they're going to try and burst out Konami. Both
finally a good wall. Oh, God, it's... Sensual Turnips. What a name. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. You guys have the best names.
Ash Arrow does land immediately. In now, 30 seconds till dragon spawns. That is going to be Scout. Good hook down. And they're going to try and burst out Konami. Both ultimates used by the junglers. Ash Arrow does land immediately.
I mean, it's just like perfect in that corridor, right? To be able to hit your E in there afterwards. Feels so bad. Scout's just locked in. He actually just can't escape without burning flash. Gets hit by Ash Arrow. He has to Zonya's the W.
Oh, the combo.
Yikes. Great engage.
They found their mark with the arrow and they were able to get him down.
Wards be damned. If you have the information, it's a great
Both ultimate
information from JDG as possible.
TP coming in now. 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. That is going to be Scout.
It's just great execution of this comp, guys. And I think this is the point that Hiva was trying to make too, which is that it doesn't really matter if LNG has complete vision control, because as long as Ashe is in the game, it's so difficult to play a pick composition where you're trying to get a kill before one of these objectives spawns, because the Ashe hawk shot just fucks up your entire day, right? And then you are in a choke point where you're getting Ashe arrowed, you're getting Chain of Corruption, you're getting hit by fucking Talia E. It's just over. Feels bad.
They found their mark with the arrow and they were able to get him down.
You don't mean to sound binary, Hiva? I don't think you're sounding binary, but it's so hard to play. It's so hard to play pick into this. Like, it's not that they did anything wrong here, right? LNG is playing their win condition. They're trying to use vision to get an opportunity to get someone isolated to use Pyke. But when you're playing Xin Zhao just ults and you're not dealing damage to him anymore. And then you can respond instantaneously.
That is going to be Scout. Good hook down. And they're going to try and burst out Kanavi.
Hiva? How do you like Hiva or Hiva? I don't know how to say it in Finnish.
Ash Arrow does land immediately into Zonya's in the way though, taking a lot of punishment. And Scout will go down. JDG, they found their mark with the arrow and they were able to get him down.
Really good execution.
If you have the information, it's a great platform.
Really good execution by JDG though.
Have to make the correct initiating decisions, which LNG just don't do. They go into Kanavi, who has onto him. Watch this again. The hook lands. This is good. If you can get the ult for free, this is fine.
Thanks. Hiva. Okay, there you go. Sorry.
Then after the arrow lands,
been saying your name wrong all these years.
You don't have the initiation, the backline access. JDG have won this fight, and probably at this point won the series with a big enough power play like that.
I mean, it got them the Chem Soul, which is fantastic for someone like the Aatrox and the Xin Zhao, like you said. So yes, it's not exceptional for the carries in terms of changing the game, but they've gone from their base and making sure they can't get any.
Still, opportunities, I think, for LNG to actually win this game, especially with how the early game went.
LNG, the hard-earned vision which they fought for, all completely gone. There's no objectives to fight for right now, so it means that they don't have to forage too deeply into the jungle. But it's just, again, giving them a harder time looking for the plays, which they actually were making very successfully for the next Baron to spawn.
Xin Zhao Immortal. He's got, you don't see this build on Xin Zhao very much. Sundered Sky, Frozen Heart, Rookern. But he is immortal. This is true.
Almost at his fourth.
That's funny.
Only at 3, so he's going to be a bit far behind. But that's just kind of courtesy of Draven Pyke being a good gold generation duo. A crowd of access. Oh, good wall.
And they might try and just go for something a little bit more. There's going to be
that wall was up, so it's not like with Flandre blowing his TP, he can't really be on.
Potentially the final completely without a summoner. Flank wards is such a power.
Huge amounts of value. You're looking for a single hook, and as we saw onto Kanavi, the fight he will be on. Plenty of things to keep an eye on. He's
started.
Gone either way in this game. One last one to potentially decide it.
There's the Weaver's wall. They're going to be completely isolated away from this. There's a flash for Weiwei, but he needs to get over the pit.
All right, dismounts. Weiwei plays that well. What do you want? That's really good, guys. That's really good.
There's the Weaver's wall. They're going to be completely isolated.
Now, should Aatrox be over the wall? Yes. But
he needs to get over the pit. He needs to try and get in on top.
That is actually a godly play, guys. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. That's a really good play by Weiwei. The fact that he starts Q animation and then he hits flash at 1366, where he's going to be able to burst it. That's a clap, man. He plays that really well. Now, Aatrox should be zoning that over the wall. But they thought they had it with the Weaver's wall. It's just exceptionally well played by Weiwei.
Rel is one of the best objective stealers in the game. With the EQ combos, you're doing a massive amount of damage to these giant buffs and giant creatures on the map. Gets the steal and potentially keeps LNG in it. They're not going to be able to wave clear. They don't have one of their biggest.
Sadly, it doesn't mean anything to this game, but it was fun to watch.
Might have just got LNG into a position where if they can survive this initial push without him being alive, they can fight back onto the map.
No, he's going to get Elder.
He needs to get out of spawn and immediately rush towards that bot side. We can see their scout trying to put a bit of pressure in the top lane, maybe get a tower or so.
Okay, so important things. Weiwei not having flash now is actually pretty big. They have the Baron buff, but how can they use it? Scout has teleport and he's up towards the top side of the map. So he's got top priority available for them. They're going to be able to brute force through mid lane as well on this next wave. We're going to go back to see exactly what's happening here. We need to be quick on this one, though. The Elder is coming up, and it will be so important.
Perfect.
No true fight around this Baron, just the steal. We're back in towards the objective. Again, LNG trying to push up this mid lane wave as much as they possibly can, but now they are walking into JDG vision. How much does that change things?
Yeah, they're going to be spotted out here as well, so they know exactly where everybody is. There is a reset coming in there for Flandre, who can TP back into the fight. Elder Dragon has been started. This could be the final fight. Great TP work to come in. Gala instantly gets the cleanse out of there and knows that he's going to be in a lot of trouble if he gets caught. And he has been. He tries to flash over the wall, but he can't do any more damage. They're trying to see if they can take out Yagao, but he just can't do it. Ruler goes forward with absolute clarity and vigor, knowing that this is the final fight for JDG. They will continue their unbeaten run in series, and they will go to 3-0.
Well, it was a nice try.
Now they are walking into JDG vision. How much does that change things?
You have to go with it. It's your only choice. But they're in your back line, on top of your carries with an Aatrox instantaneously. Aatrox absolutely huge.
This is the final fight for JDG. They will continue their Billy.
Well, I think the takeaway, guys, is I'm not really filled with confidence from having watched either of these teams. Like, LNG was playing lanes quite badly in game number 1 and still managed to come across with a win, thanks to, I think, Scout, playing particularly well on the Azir. And I think Hiva's points this game about the composition were pretty good and pretty accurate when it comes to dealing with the low range that we saw from LNG, even with the advantages that they had. And they had certain timing windows that they just didn't hit or didn't force hard enough. Who's my favorite LPL team this season? Probably BLG so far. I'm just still sad about LNG, man. It's like all the stuff I liked about them last season, like them being the kind of like 2v2 dominant jungle mid combo into some pretty decent mid and late game macro, makes me sad. Like I miss last year's LNG. It's just not the same. Bring back Tarzan. Who would you say is the second best LPL team? Probably top. Probably top esports right now. Okay, we're going to get into the next game. This game was not played. We have to watch Chinese VODs again, so hopefully we won't have giga buffering issues. But the quality of these VODs is crazy. So we like that. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, guys, and we'll get into the next game when I come back. that's pretty commonly used. All right, guys, we're back. We are back. Thanks to Hiva and Nymira for their insights into that last game. That was fun. Let's get into this one.
对，而且微微最近在排位里面是练了挺多火男的，先把这个搬掉。
I have to use this slider for these games because they're not on YouTube and I don't have my normal... Oh, I can use arrows. Hurrah! Okay, we can speed it up. Hopefully I don't have buffering issues like I had last sense. Poppy band into Callista band. Pog. So, as you can see, guys, Poppy is, in fact, a Callista counter. As we know, makes it very difficult to hop around as Callista when Poppy W is up, and also, you know, is a very punishing early game ganker, so can shut down the Callista. So, first Poppy ban indicates possible first Callista pick, so Callista is going to be taken out of the equation immediately. And we are actually, this is patch 14.2, so this is the same patch that LCS and LEC have been on this week. Are we watching in reverse order? Oh, I see, from the stream title. No, this is LNG. Oh, fuck. This is JDG LNG. That was the first game of the shit we already watched. Fuck. No wonder it looked familiar with the Flandre Rumble from game number 1. What we want... Just kidding, guys. What we want is this one. Give me this. Give me this. Okay, LNG, BLG. Game 1. LOL. All right, here we go. This is the right game. Hiva, what are Zaya's main counters right now? Now it makes sense. Now we have Karma first pick. You gotta love the oh god, does the ear blasting thing when it reloads. Sorry guys, blame China. Right now, right now, little bit interesting. We see a Renata Glask ban into a Melio first pick. No Lucian taken. Is this a... Are we back to Ezreal Karma? Okay, it's solo lane Karma. I don't think we're going to see a Lucian Karma lane. Probably Nami third pick here. Maokai priority still enormous. Caitlyn Milio for the maximum range. Do you think Xayah sucks is a blind, especially in 1, 2, 3? Why, Hiva? I'm curious what your logic is there. I don't know why you're saying that. So Nami, solo lane Karma. This is the Malignance Karma with the Karma that was buffed. Dipping into Scout's champion pool. I wish it would stop doing that when it buffers. It like turns it back to max volume when it buffers, guys. I'm sorry. You can play any long range comp, even Ezreal into it. You can mute the tab on the browser. I could, but I also do want to hear the game sounds. So damned if you do, damned if you don't.
经典搭档。
老搭子了。纳尔要魁了，这个就是摆明了我要先拿魁桑提了。
Maybe use Windows Volume Mixer for the browser and leave it on full. Yeah, but that's too hard.
得签决。奎桑提放的是没办法处理的，但如果你放了签决的话，
You think I want you to have a good viewing experience?
是魁桑提放了，左边紫卡有贾克斯啊，贾克斯玩的也很好。
而现在的问题就是这个奎桑提 BLG 会不会拿？
Jinx, Aphelios, Varus, Ashe all do extremely well versus Ashe in lane. I assume you mean do well versus Xayah in lane.
就专门为这手魁桑提。
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
VP 他可能是再多一层，就我班纳尔，你看起来我想拿奎桑提，实际上我想让你拿奎桑提。
哦，
但是我觉得这一手拿奎桑提肯定没有问题的。
Is Sheer not eligible to play in the LPL? I thought I saw there was some scandal regarding his age.
如果加快节奏就是尼克，常规拖后期的话就是选个飞机，然后紫卡玩个贾克斯或者剑魔什么的。
Caitlyn is back. Caitlyn Milio has been back. It's just been back in the LPL.
阵容还是只有大树一个控制，其他的。
And Corki still going to be huge here. I respect the I respect the Kindred ban versus Jun. Because they're obviously saving jungle here for R5 for some shenanigans potentially.
再看一下 BLG，因为现在确实场上
Finally, I get to see a mid lane. I finally get to see a mid lane Karma. I haven't actually seen this mid yet. I've only seen it top lane and support.
就比较偏前中期的那一种，
That's fun for me.
也是 BLG 的风格，最后把盲僧锁下来。
All right. So, lots of kiting possibilities here. Lots of kiting possibilities. I really like the combination of Karma and Lucian. Like, you have shields, you have speed up, and the important thing about Lucian is that he gets upfront damage and poke damage down, right? He has to play very far up. So this is a good combination that will allow him the mobility and kind of protection in order to do that. And Elk has been really great. You know, Elk has been really great so far this split. BLG comp, does it lack damage? Well, a little bit, but I think you make up for that by poking people off of objectives before you can even make any kinds of plays. And they certainly have ways to be aggressive in the early game. Like, Corki should not have a good time against this buffed version of Karma in lane. Like, Corki should be sad. I think scaling-wise, obviously the poke in the late game is going to be absolutely enormous from LNG, but you have to get there. You actually have to get there. And LNG's, you know, LNG has not been converting off of early game leads, and their late game macro has not been great. Good night, Eva. Thanks for all your insight. That was fun having you here.
其实我有考虑过这把有没有机会选男枪，但是看了一下左边的阵容手太长了，
拔太新，
对，男枪是完全打不到左边这个阵容的。
But BLG doesn't want a team fight, guys. They don't want a team fight. They just want to isolate a target and burst it with Illusion, which they can do because Cassante isolates targets. You can bubble people. You have mobility to catch people if they're out of position. Basically, you can collapse on one flank with Karma. You can kick people in to isolate them. But yeah, in a late game front to back team fighting scenario, I think BLG will have issues.
5个人凑不出来一个真的十分强制的。
But BLG has been really decisive, and one of the things that has been great about them is that they probably have been the best team in the LPL at converting early bot lane aggression into huge jungle control and snowballing wins. Now, they're very good at playing through bot. Very good. So, you know, you may not like this composition when certain other teams play it, but if BLG's playing it, like, holy shit, do they roll through bot lane most of the time.
他们如果前期不起节奏的话，基本上很难去跟 LNG 这个阵容拖到后面。
对，
血就没。
LNG 如果下半区能一直推线的话，就要看微微能不能有机会在前面多控2条小龙了。
就两边下路都很强势的情况下，也可以看一下
微微第一轮刷野有没有可能在2、3级的时候直接去照顾一波下路？因为毕竟现在来看的话，两边下路线权都很重要，谁拿到的话，谁就可以控到前面的小龙，
是
拿到小龙就有节奏。
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
好，感谢现场的观众朋友们。这把就是看 BLG 的下路双人组如何度过这个前期的对线啊，因为前几局的对线是最难打的。就卢娜要打女警加米溜的话，不出意外是要换中了以后，大家都有一件装备开始才优势。
是扫描出门，也是抓到了 Scout 在中路放的一个视野。
军出击。
其实这版本很多的女警，我发现会出那种穿甲流，先出个幽梦。那这把对他来说还是罗兰切先拉扯。
有一些求变，但是 LNG 放在河道的视野已经发现 BLG 双人组的动向，Night 这边也就直接回中路了。两边打野都是上半区开局，就上路这把应该还是前期没有人太过于会照顾的一个状态。
这米溜一级是点的 W， 而且这个 W 持续时间内没有能点得到人，这样米溜前期 WCD 是非常长的。
BLG 下路打得很强势，
主要他能回的呀。需要刷下来，大树也是开下来的。其实两边打野应该也都知道对方会往下半区刷，因为这把前期下半区的对线是重中之重。
盲僧也是一直以来 LPL 都非常喜欢用的一个英雄啊。从一开始到现在，基本每年都有他，而且马上。
All right, both junglers going top to bottom side.
现在已经上线客户端了，反正我已经买了。
天龙之子的盲僧。
Yeah, abusing the cozy campfire cooldown with range in order to make this more of an oppressive lane, particularly early on for Gala, in favor of Gala and Mark.
也升到了2级，但是兵线比较多，所以两边应该也都不太会能打起来。毕竟先手还是在
Actually, this lane is actually so annoying. I'm surprised to see lower priorities, generally speaking, though, on Corki and most other like non-LCK regions.
让他得以在中单位上出场。
而且也是跟装备特别的适配。直接一向前稍微换一下血，但是米利欧盾以及嘎啦自己带的这个屏障，挡掉了很多输出。
但这样频繁的换血也是给到一个信息，就是打野要刷下来了。
两边应该都心知肚明。
对。
因为两边上单的眼都没去放，就大概从这个对局 BP 结束之后，他们也在知道了前面自己。
Full clears on both sides.
这里微微得来丢个 E， 然后在下半区稍微反蹲一下，保着自己的双人路，把这个线送过去。
但是勋这里选择的直接去打一个下河蟹。如果他这个时候直接摸去上面，应该是有机会先gank一波中，再去控双河蟹的。看一下他自己的选择。先溜了，不浪费时间，回家补波装备。
踩夹子了，这个夹子踩的有点伤啊。
是的，主要是刚放下来的夹，先溜了，不的，看一下他自己的选择。
知道大树在下，觉得也没啥机会。
先溜了，不浪费时间，回家补波装备。
踩夹子了，这个夹子踩的有点伤啊。
是的，
也没啥机会。
先溜了，不浪费时间，回家补波装备。
Wow, Elk just gets caught by a trap and headshot. Okay.
是的，主要是刚放下来的夹子。
下一波线来了。
Biscuits have to be used. Nami has no mana.
急忙出去把血先换起来再说，把嘎啦的血量点低了以后，这样防止对面过来应援。
我觉得没问题，压一波自己的血量，给自己争取一波打薄兵线的机会。而且盲僧出门也是直接在往下路赶的，这波微微如果要动手的话，他可能会比较危险。
闪现困，盲僧已经到了，拍过来以后还插一下，嘎啦拿到1血以后，但微微是没有闪现的。
Jun back just in the nick of time off his recall.
打薄兵线的机会，而且盲僧出门也是直接在往下路赶的，这波微微如果要动手的话，他可能会。
闪现困，盲僧已经到了，拍过来以后还插一下，嘎啦拿到1血以后，但微微是没有闪。
这波微微如果要动手的话，他可能会比较。
Why is Wei Wei pulling aggro here instead of Mark? Mark still has flash up. That should have actually been, I think, quite survivable.
而且盲僧出门也是直接在往下路赶的。这波微微如果要动手的话，他
Like, Mark needs to pull aggro by autoing on here. Not letting Wei Wei tank it with W. Because Mark can just flash out, and if Jun is on the recall, maybe they thought Jun was doing double scuttle. But if
可能会比较危险。
if there's a recall there, you know, even if there's not, there's actually a possibility that On would have been able to get that. Maybe not with such small amounts of mana. But Mark needs to pick up the turret aggro.
LNG 还是赚的。毕竟他们这边吃人头的是女警，并且也是像你说的一样 ，Elk 一波线没吃到。
In my opinion.
还是微微这手比较果断。
就这种时候不能犹豫，再犹豫一会儿盲僧到了就没那么好约了。
来中路 ，Scout 现在还没有回过家，蓝量不是很多了，卡玛直接闪现，想去留 Q 到了伤害。
Super nice. Super nice.
很多了，卡玛直接闪。
犹豫一会儿盲僧到了就没那么好约了。
来中路 ，Scout 现在还没有回过家，蓝量。
You're like, Scout doesn't have mana for W.
想去留 Q 到了伤害应该。
All in him. Don't even have to use flash on Lee Sin. Trade flash for flash.
这太果断了。
Scout 的反应已经很。
Clean. Clean read. No mana for W.
这盲僧就差
Mark is trolling. Literally has heal. Uses heal. Doesn't tank turret. Doesn't auto on. Lets Wei Wei tank damage. And they trade 1 for 1.
但上一波的阵亡 Elk 并没有交到自己的闪现啊。其实，在线上来说的话，他们2v2还是有些机会的。再看一下这个潮虫前期有没有人去碰一下，因为兵士已经把线给送到了剑魔的塔下。哎，炮中了。
虽然炮中了，但卢锡安的一套已经打完了。
而且被盾抵了个778。
潮虫如果是 BLG 来说的话，他们没有太多控的必要。虽然上路有限，但他们重要的还是小龙以及节奏。
又炮到了，这样屏障也得交啊。那下路的血量已经非常不健康了。
这2炮还挺准的。
Now that we're getting up in levels.
长视野就是在正面。
Trade's now going to be more aggressive for the Lucian Nami lane.
大家知道盲僧也在边上 ，Elk 完全不怕，还把人勾引过。
Nice pullback on the W straight into Bubble. And Jun is there.
女警赶紧帮忙火力输出 ，Q 技能没有中，迅把人给击死。
Jun has been playing beautifully around the bot side of the map, guys. Gets his Q blocked by a minion. That's sad. Could have maybe been another one had the minion wave not been there.
他在等微微捆上来。
感觉熏这个盲僧确实这把有点关键。第一波的时候 ，Elk 其实也是在那个位置勾引，当时大树有闪现，所以赶在了盲僧来之前。但是他这一波没有闪现了，所以成功。
Jun might be my native LBL native jungler goat at the moment. He's a very fun player to watch.
接的就是 Elk 这边没有能够拿到
This is super well played by the bot side, though.
这一波的人头吧。
You'll notice also that they have this mid lane prio. Like, Karma is literally chasing Corki around, so he can't actually join this play.
是的，就还好后面来了一波兵，不然嘎啦这成功把人勾引过来。有点可惜的就是。
No, they get some good upfront damage. Lucian Dash carries Wei Wei's W over on already there. Look at the fast reflexes on that bubble.
Elk 这边没有能够
Jun W's to ward.
到这一波的人头吧。
Gets knocked back, but Q hops in as soon as he can after the knockback animation is complete.
是的。
Gets Tempest cripple down.
兵，不然嘎啦这个位置可能闪现也要交。
Still has flash because he didn't have to use it in mid lane to get that gank, and is unluckily Q blocked by a minion. Otherwise, that might have been another kill. I guess Gala still had flash, so probably not, but you never know.
线方面来说做的还是挺好的，也没有对没有让卡尔玛获得说绝对的线权一直游走，也没有被换到一个危险的血量。
Jun ran this entire game. Yeah, dude, he has been crazy oppressive in some of these games. Like, if he is allowed to skirmish around bot side, he just takes over.
起来以后一个 RQ 后排兵马上就没了，
He gets in the enemy jungle. He fucks them up. Like, he's doing great.
是
你来我往。
你来我往。
看等级，就前几级的话，紫卡能推阿兵的线，然后等级起来以后就是奎桑提推线，反正大差不差。这套吃满了。
And you have to avoid these all-ins if you're LNG's bot lane. Like, the poke trading is great for you, like we just saw, but
拉满。
you shouldn't actually be trying to skirmish while they're at close to full HP, I think.
稍微强势一点，给打野争取更好的 接拿到手。
哦，好准呀
Nice bubble.
也是中了3个了，但这波好像没有先攻，稍微换一下血。
Yeah, this is why people are playing the Milio Caitlyn lanes.
对于 LNG 来说，下半区的视野还是比较偏黑的，而且勋又是在往下半区走的，大树同时也在下半
They
区。
have to be careful though. On is 6.
曹冲都无人问津。
这波大树是有闪有大的，
但真3v3的话，还是右边的爆发更高。主要这个盲僧焚天了，装备太吓人了。
Yeah, On's Nami has been really good.
你看现在大家都对这个潮宠不太感冒了。 就觉得这东西上去拿，尤其是这种下半区很重要的对局的话，上去拿有点浪费。
Okay, Maokai 6. Really good opportunity for a Maokai ult here. They have to split, though, to make sure that they're not actually going to get caught by Tidal Wave.
小陷阱。
They're waiting for it.
这样
They don't see Shun yet.
看一下 BLG 的
Okay, see Shun now.
想包一下微
又
微这
先斗
个位置。
大树嘛，但是勋直接踢过去的话，会被先打一套，微微被点跑了。
奈特在往下路靠，而 LNG
Gets out using phase rush.
miss 爆过来，所以他们也直接撤了。
Nothing really
这
used.
时候飞机确实打卡尔玛的话没办法游走。
毕竟飞机这个英雄他的任务就是保证他的发育。
是。
Knight just casually dominating this Corki in the mid lane. Pretty sure the Aphelios Milio combo is only for 14-1 before his lethality was nerfed. Yeah, that makes sense. Luckily, there's still lots of, you know, acceptably good Milio lanes. Lucian Milio, Caitlyn Milio.
至少在镀层方面是获取了一些领先。
I think you may be right, Archie.
打野这把就只来下，其他地方根本就不看。当然，勋前面对中路发起一波 gank 的话，也是成功配合奈特拿到了效果的。
I'm actually surprised Scout has been able to keep up in CS this well.
但是 Mark 这里取消了自己的回城。那就在吃波线呗，两边大家都不在下半区，应该也不太会出事。
Cog Brom lane was, you mean Cog Milio lane? Cog Milio lane was played in LCK. Or are you talking about G2 Cog Brom? The Cog Milio is pretty brutal. The Cog Milio is pretty brutal. G2 Cog Brom. Cog Milio playing around like W and Campfire cooldown is hilarious. D+ did that. Now, did Aiming throw the game by walking his Kog'Maw into bot turret and giving up Baron? Yes, he did, but it doesn't mean it wasn't good for a while. Plus, I have a feeling, I mean, I haven't seen it, but I have a feeling that AP Cog with Malignance is probably pretty fucking good right now, guys.
下波有快递可以捡，而且也是有一定的战斗力的，至少这个被动如果可以隔绝到战场的话。
而且前期飞机炸包其实伤害很高，
挺痛的，这比兰博大招痛。
大兰博。都要回家补装备了，再筹备下一波。
That would be a lot of mana for Cog ult spam. What if I told you that now there was a team-wide blue buff in the game of League of Legends? What if I told you that now everybody gets blue? Does Malig proc on Coggy? No, it procs on Cog R. It's just worse Corki. Yeah, until Corki gets nerfed. 2,800 gold Seraphs after next patch. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Tier Seraphine Malignance. Kog'Maw. Let's go. Oh, we got so far without it buffering, guys, and now here we are again.
现在用大招消耗了一下 ，Scott 现在回家应该会去拿自己的快递。
Now you just get loud Chinese in your ear for a quarter second before I can turn it down. But Cog doesn't use the ability haste on R. That's fine. That doesn't matter. that doesn't matter. That does not matter. I give it a second to buffer. I do love the VOD quality on Huya though. That's a big win.
还没刷。微微跟 Mark 两个人在这边去排视野，正面熏敲了一下小龙，拍了拍，看看他有没有危险。
Getting a Drake is probably pretty huge if LNG can actually manage it at this point in the game, because it delays a win condition of BLG to stack up to Soul.
把他被动先打出来。
对，先逼掉这个炸药包。
Scout 这里也很老，就是正面既然下路双人组还没动，就知道你没有在打龙。
啊，这样的话。
The lack of Drake timers makes me question everything. Yeah, now also live cooldowns are not accurate. All right, we're really going all in on this. They're going to do a Corki package dive out of the mid lane with a Maokai ultimate. They're going all in. Here we go. Oh no. Oh, Jun. Jun. Oh, he fucked him up so badly. Holy shit. Legend. Look at this. They see the engage coming in. Scout TP's in. Try and zone him out with the package. On flashes under turret. Jun instantly flashes on top of him. Kicks him under tower. While Elk is a full channel culling into him. Nobody actually gets hit by the package, guys, because they all split. And Weiwei dies again. That's so well played by BLG. So the problem, though, guys, is that if you are trying to play for the late game and you are LNG, right? Because when we're talking about these two champions kind of coming online and you having a really solid front line in the Maokai and really good peel, because this team's comps damage is going to fall off over time and is honestly predicated on being in skirmishes where you could maximize Lucian's single target damage. You can't die like that, right? This is now a total disaster. They have a gold lead. They're going to have a 2 Drake lead with a 25-minute soul by the time the Drake is done. And you're just praying. You're just praying. But it was really well played by Jun and On there. Did Weiwei knock Nami out of the Corki package? It looked like it, but I'm not sure that would have actually killed Nami anyway. No, that actually hit Nami. You don't get knocked back that far from Maokai Q. It looked like a combination of the Maokai Q plus the knockback from the knockout of the Corki package. So it looked like Nami got hit by both. Yeah, the Corki package was definitely not great there either. Still, though, credit to Jun for reading that play and instantly reacting. It did look like Nami was knocked back by both knockbacks, though, hence the distance. So I think she was hit by the Corki package. But, we can criticize the Corki package or whatever, but it's just not worth making that play. It's just not worth making that play. Because if you go back and you think about the conditions here. Like, you can threaten potentially if you can find the right angle onto the Drake, right? But realistically, you commit a TP and Corki packages to this play, but you can actually just zone them out. Like, you do not have to all in. Remember that the Drake is not being done right now. It's not being done. So you can actually just play for the turret, and you do not have to dive. You don't. And you are trying to scale into the late game. So any kind of early game disaster here, where your Corki's never going to come online and you can't provide sufficient poke, and your front line can't get tanky enough, is super bad. Like, I think you just chill out, and maybe you can get this turret, push the lane up, and then double back onto the Drake and see if you can get it. Caitlyn was not a part of that dive. Yeah, but I just think it's not even worth the risk. You don't know where the Lee Sin is. If you overextend, the Karma will be able to react. Like, take the advantages you can get. Because the other thing about running these Caitlyn compositions is, you know, similarly to Caitlyn Lux, you want to quickly take out towers and then rotate into mid. And the way you hang on into the late game is by taking turret gold, providing pressure, and then you can fight on like 3rd, 4th Drake, right? Because you will have map pressure, because your tier 1s should still be up. The way you play Caitlyn comps. Like, if you want a good example, go watch what T1 did last week with Caitlyn Lux. It was disgusting. Pressure, 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 bot side, cover bot side with jungler, get the plates down, get the turret down, rotate Caitlyn mid. Get the turret down, rotate Caitlyn top. You know, play for Herald. Let them have Drake number 2, and then once they don't have any tier 1s, that's when you can push forward, get deep wards, and then contest for Drakes. And especially once you have better itemization. You know, diving with a one-item Corki with Caitlyn is just not it. Get gold through objective control, through turret control. Now you have to play from behind in gold lead, behind in Drake's 24-minute soul. Feels real bad. Lucian is fed. Lucian is the, you know, Lucian and Lee Sin, super fed.
BLG 来说，想控就能控啊，因为目前的 LNG 并没有正面接战的能力。
中路现在是稳稳的线权，而且上路的飞机现在也不太敢去离开防御塔太远，因为毕竟河道的视野已经被 BLG 占住了。
是的。
现在来到转线期的时候，大部分战队都会选择去抓中路，因为抓上的收益并不高。所以现在 Scout 自己要多加小心。但目前为止的经济面板对于 BLG 来说是形势非常好，
大幅度领先。
一个非常经典的红绿灯，
而这段时间的卡尔玛的清线速度太快了，然后打架又厉害，
真的很夸张。我前面就是玩大乱斗碰到一把这个东西，那个伤害过来直接把人
跟没 CD 一样，如果打团真的感觉跟没 CD 一样，就一波团能打3、4个 RQ 出来。
Now you lost Herald. Now you lost top tier 1.
技术还是非常过关的，给自己点个赞。
Now you're gonna lose mid tier 1. Nothing you can do about it with the Herald lost. It's going off the rails on a crazy train. They literally got 3 turrets. Now they're TPing in. Why are we TPing in?
这个团是真的有点难打，现在 LNG 太缺伤害了。
而且 LNG 这一波他们就是提前把剑魔叫过来，让飞机 TP， 就是准备先来一波多打。
Maokai ult is great engage, man.
踢到了微微，这里后面没。
Maokai ult directly into Corki package is pretty fucking strong, and Aatrox flank, it's very strong engage. But they're super far behind, and they're just not, their items just are not going to be online for a little bit. I mean, Muramana Malignance is now done for Scout, but he's very far away from getting Eclipse.
其实这段时间对 LNG 来说，能做的只有一件事，就是拖自觉。
但有点不太好拖了，主要中路二塔一掉。空间又被压缩，
而且视野很难做。
辅助还是一个米溜，但还好有个大树吧。如果他们俩绑在一起，还是可以稍微做点视野，但是这个小龙还是看不了的。
好在大树它
Zika actually just freezing now. They've given up on next Drake, guys.
但现在小龙去不了呀。
去不了呀。
就这波
They've completely given up on next Drake.
感觉去了也很难打得过。
主要现在伤害不在一个量级上了，BLG 这几个 C 位都是2件套在手上。
是，哎呦，又抓到大树了，大树
没闪现的，微微。
W 捆。
God, this Lee Sin is so huge. I feel so bad for Weiwei. He just gets styled on 1v1. Ugh.
我技能还是蛮帅的，但是没用。现在被虚粘上很难走，没有闪现的话。
哎呦 ，Mark， 这位置得交技能，但 Q 的比较精准啊，后续还能追吗？给自己个治疗术。提到嘎啦了，嘎啦一交。 过了，能量够了，过来摸2下，闪现过来，硬灌嘎了。麦克给个大招，在 Echo 的旁边点，直接拿下这个人头，躲炸弹，躲炸弹，还差1发，下到了。
All right. Well, that was a little bit of an overextension. Okay, oh God. Why are we doing this? 1,000 kills for Corki, please? Oh my God. Why? This is some happy gaming, guys. This is some happy gaming. No worries, just get full control, counter jungle a little bit. Elk goes forward. These are the trade patterns that we're talking about. When Lucian can walk up, okay, Mark is low. They see Gala. Gala nets over the wall. Why are we following Q2? Why are we flashing after Gala? Who gives a shit about Gala? This is your win condition. Go get Cloud Soul. Go get it. Do you know how good fucking Cloud Soul is with Nami ult, Culling, Karma, fucking Cassante? Super good. Why are we double flashing over a wall to kill Gala and Mark straight into a Corki who chunks you out with Malignance and a bunch of fucking Foss Bomb and rocket damage? Okay, let's just give him a shutdown. That's fun. That's super fun. You know what? That's not enough. Let's give him a double kill. Yep, that's cool. You know who else has shutdown gold? It's Jun. Maybe Jun should press Q and then Q in for Q2 with 300 HP. Here he comes. Here he comes. Except you know what? He doesn't actually hit Aatrox, who's lower in HP. His Q is actually on Gala. His Q is actually on Gala, guys. There's no chance he kills Gala. So he just gets deleted. I think he thought his Q was on Zika. That is a stupid int. So instead, he gave a 700 gold shutdown to Aatrox. I mean, to be fair, even if he kills Aatrox, he then gives a 700 gold shutdown to Gala. So it's not great either way. But maybe he could have traded back. I mean, that's dangerous, guys. 3-item Corki is fucking scary.
而且还是带先攻的，这波装备应该也会有一个不错的提升。
只要剑魔一下活过来了，剑魔本身是一个亵渎九头蛇加巨齿短臂的，刚才那波团。
就本身跟魁桑提两个人还是兄弟呢。
现在一下拉开距离。
对，到现在两个人就已经不太对等了。
Hilariously, they still get the Drake at the end of that.
风龙魂啊，风龙魂，其实对右边阵容来说还不错。
But super cocky. Obviously, they know how far ahead they are.
这种英雄来说的话，挺舒服的。
However, they're not. I mean, they should be a little scared because they just got the objective bounties are falling off soon message, which means they're not as far ahead as they think they are. And they're playing into a worse scaling or a better scaling composition. This is so unbelievably bad, guys. The double flash just really does it for me.
BLG 还是有点太想操作了。然后这里紫卡的大贝马上要结束了。
Lee could win if no, he can't. Lee cannot win that against Gala and a full health Corki, even if he does manage to hit that Q, manage to land the Q onto Zika. He does not. I don't think he wins that.
拿一条小龙之后，现在毕竟场面上 BLG 还是领先了比较多。 但现在他们可能要想办法去稍微针对一下剑魔了，毕竟上波的时候 TP 跟闪现也是全交。
而且这把因为风龙魂的影响，导致这个局势 LNG 是很有机会拖住的。哦呦，这一套太疼了！妈，赶紧帮忙挡挡墙，开个大招，抬下血量。阿斌也帮忙挡下大叔的大招，但是旁边 Scout 一直在给 Poke 压力 ，Poke 非常准。
The Corki rocket damage is real, dude. All of a sudden, this is super scary.
现在对 LNG 来说，只要不给到 BLG 大龙的机会。
Half the gold lead is on Lee Sin. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Lee Sin. It doesn't matter how much gold Lee Sin has once we get to 2 or 3 items. That's why this is scary.
因为他们不能再继续拖发育了。
Knight 的 Poke 也很疼，开始抓龙了。慢慢把大家的血量都给抬回来了。这样的话 ，LNG 得摸黑过河，整个龙区是没有任何视野的，要怎么进去？微微也没有大招。
探招到了，还有半血。
And now they're gonna do a Baron into a bunch of poke. I mean, their lucky scout has no rockets. He's got a big one though. Let's watch this. Kablamo. Yeah, they just can't do it. They're gonna get poked to death.
对 LNG 来说，这波已经赚了。
Oh dear lord.
就他现在只要不让 BLG 轻松的把大
The Corki was not on top of the KD trucks. Yes, he was. He was right next to the play.
对，现在 LNG 需要做的只
He was right next to it.
因为再等一会儿的话，自己的 C 位第三件就要摸出来了。飞机的 poke BLG 就有点开始挡不住。
He was like right
而且再加上
here.
这把是一个风龙魂，他们其实龙魂那波甚至都可以不用去争。
是，就龙魂给的压力确实太小了。
He was just to the right of the brush.
但目前的话 ，Elk 和 On 的站中还是会给到 LNG 很大的压力啊。因为现在对 LNG 来说的话，打野得一直在旁边保护，否则这个双人路是站不住中线的。
那他们前面很早破掉中路2座塔的优势还是在的。对于 BLG 来说，他们还是需要去找那种很不错的机会尝试。
Corki's getting close, guys. He's getting close to Eclipse. We're getting a little bit nervous. We're getting a little bit nervous.
不能通过边带来给予太大的压力。
没人能带。
是没有带线的英雄。
就是打正面团的，但是其实你说到底，核心的输出可能是这个卢锡。
Granted, if they get Cloud Soul, it's so good on their composition, it will be very difficult to lose.
而且其实你看一下这个阵容，甚至
Did you say they nerfed Eclipse Malignant's interaction? Of course. I mean, it should have never worked. That was an unintended. Interaction for sure.
身上担子比较重，但是这把他其实前面也没有拿到特别多的人头，现在装备没有领先很多。
来了，就是这波啊，过来点2枪再说，扫一套，把人给逼退。这样的血量压制的话，可以让他们去大龙附近做文章，或者说抢完中线以后就把大龙视野附近的视野给排了。
是的，不过 LNG 刚刚偷时间在大龙这边做的视野其实是很多的，BLG 没有那么好的机会能排完，还是要看看正面能不能去抓到落单的人。
对，现在就全看 Elk 在中路这个一上去2枪。
Yeah, Malignant's damage wasn't flagged as proc damage. It must have been flagged accidentally as ability damage. Which is crazy to me, but it's Rito Games, so are we surprised by anything anymore?
TP 这波入侵 LNG 也知道。
小龙快刷了，提前过来先做做视野。
现在主要中线抢住了。
Pleb question: what was the interaction? So Corky Rockets. So Eclipse triggers off of the
上路
two
还在补
hits.
发育，
And so when you shoot a Corky Rocket, the rocket counts as one hit, and then the Malignance pool that instantly spawns under somebody causes another hit, and that causes Eclipse to do percent HP damage
他们还是以
instantly.
打残微微为主。
And it has a 6-second cooldown, so with Corky Rockets and Malignance, basically, you are proccing that every 6 seconds. So it's bad.
盲僧一个人在摸小龙，其他人复活的话应该是往中线站，然后
And by bad, I mean very strong, very good, but bad for healthy gameplay.
小龙好像完全没食欲啊。
完全没兴趣。
对，斯卡第3件竞技时机，他这个究极。
I guess we just don't care about Cloud Soul.
感觉也没问题。
这个 RQ 配合2枪过来，微微又没血了。
是能感觉到 BLG 思路很清楚，他们还是以打残微微为主。
We care about the infinite split push in the top side.
对，如果真的没有大树，你1没前排，2没控制，而且如果去打一些中立资源的话，风险会更小。
Does his Gatling gun interact with that also? With what?
一个人在
Malignance? No, because Malignance only procs on R.
应该是往中线站，然后看情况要不要去大龙那边做视野。发现对方对这个小龙
Does it interact with Eclipse? Probably. But that's less relevant because he has to be close range.
斯卡第3件竞技时机，他这个究极爆炸流剑魔。
感觉也没问题，BLG 这边没有特别严。
The problem with the Corky one is that he just sits safely proccing it every 6 seconds with no counterplay. That's why it's annoying.
他们有很多比较神奇的绕后眼位。所以一旦 BLG 在后面的眼没有排得很干净的话，剑魔就有时间来一波完美团。小龙拿到之后 ，BLG 拿到自己的龙魂，大龙这边的视野。
I'm playing Renata Glask with Malignance. How shameful is this? Sounds funny.
主要这个中线有点难站得住啊。现在这个风龙魂的胜率，赛场胜率50%。
感觉这个版本，你不管拿什么龙魂，感觉都没有说特别的稳定啊。最近看龙魂胜率基本上，
尤其是风龙。
Do you also run experimental Hexplate for max R cooldown?
buff 很关键啊。
How troll are you?
看哪边破格的更好了，现在属于中线一直是 BLG 这边占优 ，LNG 在野区拉扯，想慢慢把烟给扑过去。
How did I know? I mean, I was just following the obvious train of logic that you were using for Renata Glask.
现在整个局势被 LNG 给拖住了，经济已经越追越小了。其实现在的经济差的话，已经不足以影响正面的团战了。
I was following your sick and twisted mind to its logical endpoint.
那现在飞机的 poke 已经让 BLG 有点招架不住了。
同时卡尔玛 poke 效果其实也挺好的。
你感觉到 BLG 真的很想去找机会开团，但是又没有先手。
他非常想凭借 Elk 的 E 上去带火炮那2枪点退一个人，然后马上去抓大龙。
但 LNG 这边也很懂，来到现在28分钟的时候，已经慢慢来到他们的节奏了。
找 Mark 推断，赶紧交闪啊！现在血量一定不能掉到一个非常危险的数值上，不然的话这个大龙就完全看不了了。
中路打残之后，赶紧转上，想去运营一下2塔。
I'm actually curious, T Pro, how low, how short can you get Renata Glask's ult with your builds? Now I'm morbidly curious, like how long is the cooldown on her ult?
其实在这个几分钟乃至将近10分钟的时间，两边都在这个中路线进行拉扯，狂暴拉扯。
犹豫了一会儿，这个快递先不拿了，下波再取。
Malignant Eclipse will work on COG? Yeah, of course it'll work on COG. Yes, it will. Absolutely. It's just that mixed AP AD COG builds on COG are less good than they are on Corky.
两个人在偷，其他人在掩。
对，
但 LNG 已经包过来了。
正面看到了飞机，但是他们来的时间太快了，所以两个人是停手了。
这段时间真的很考验两边。
Would it proc off tea mushrooms? Yes. Ooh, that's good. I like that. That's evil. I think it would.
交了的话，BLG 就要逼团了。
而且来到这个时间
BLG entered the game slowed, and now they're in a spot where, you know, it's getting increasingly potentially winnable. Although, to be fair, the cloud soul is still extremely good. Look how fast this fucking Lucian is now. Look, holy moly, dude. It's so gross. You know, Cloud Soul is like the perfect soul for the kind of composition that BLG is playing, because they already wanted to mega buff Lucian in the front line with Karma and with Nami. And now he's just even safer when he does upfront damage with culling.
完全没控制。
而且现在 LNG 他们虽然大树可以主动选择用闪现强开一波，但他们现在也不想打。他们现在可以慢慢的避战，等到 C 位4件套的时候再打。那这个时候他们正面团战优势就很大了。就可以看到飞机的效果现在已经体现出来。
Yes, when Kazante uses ults, he will zoom as well. Yeah, it's bad. Like the Cloud Soul is very, very good for BLG. It's very good.
左边这个双 C 清线太快了。
一个大龙，还有一会儿刷的远古龙，看看能不能围绕着这两个龙来去做点事情。但是他们要有很好的那种部署吧，就他们还是需要在中路先把人打残才能去动，不然如果
Perfect example of not building AP on Kog'Maw. You saw range is better to build enchanter items. Yeah, that's an interesting take. I mean, the Medjai's doesn't have that many stacks, and Horizon Focus, you know, it's probably better just to increase your utility and ability to shield. I agree with that take. That's an interesting one.
再去动龙。对，如果他没捡，那我们继续也不打。但这波他们知道飞机捡了，那现在他们要做的就是把这个被动时间拖过去。
但这段时间 LNG 肯定会打得更为强势一点。刚好飞机来到了16级。远古龙刷新了。
I think the logic, though, is that you're just, I think the logic is, though, that it just magnifies the poke that, you know, you can do. So it allows you to trade poke more effectively with this poke composition that LNG is running, perhaps.
两边开始抢中线了，看谁 poke 得更好了。
Yeah, they are doing quite a bit of poke damage.
而对 LNG 来说的话，留下的时间不多了，他们得赶紧做点决策，得把这个团给找机会打起来。
Try and take this during Corki package cooldown.
这个位置是有眼的，已经看到他跟对
Okay, Maokai ults.
飞行想打 poke，Q 技能挂到微微，微微已经被打残了。Q 3
All right, they're fighting in the choke with package.
闪现，泽卡开始让大面也要
BLG not stepping up, though.
前排把伤害全给吃完了。那这样的话，没有炸药包以及微微这个血量
Weiwei's 1 HP.
微微去打野怪回血了。
BLG 这一波阵型收缩的很好，他们第一时间找
He went down to get to Krugs to get some more HP. TP back in.
阿宾七正面昂过来拦人，
Bubble misses. Oh, man, the buffering. So on Renata Glass at level 11, it goes from 130 second CD to 70 CD with CDR boots. Oh, that's very nice. Almost 50% reduction in cooldown. The buffer was a cock block, guys. We got blue balled by the buffer.
进去了，微微被一脚踹走了，微微是没闪现，这个是他们心知肚明的事情。那这样远古龙可以成功拿。
Great TP back in by Bin.
BLG
Really nice job. That actually got them to secure it, so they have enough of the front line just to block the
昂过来拦人，6000血微微想爆。
poke on some of the lower HP members.
是放眼上去探查，阿宾已经顶进去了，微微被一脚踹走了。
Holy shit.
我是下去抢，
Look at Jun, dude. Watch this.
放眼上去探查，阿宾
Immediately kicks him out.
6000血微微。
Immediately kicks him out.
但旭这边有意识的放眼上去探查，阿宾
Kick out.
去了，微微被一脚踹走了，微微是没闪现，这个
That's so funny.
的事情。那这样远古龙可以成功拿下来，这一波拉扯 BLG 拿到了胜利，
我感觉勋的思路太清晰了，
太
他知道
清晰了。
微微一定会打这个果子下来，尝试去抢龙，他就很早2000血的时候就
Denied.
知道
已经洞悉到了对方所有的方法。
And now the game is over. No, Jin's a monster right now, man. He's been looking great. Fun game, this one. Gecko on YouTube says, as someone who has started watching LoL last year due to liking yours and Thorin's content, this is the hardest game to learn. I regret this decision. Dude, I can't even imagine how hard LoL is to learn. I started playing this game in beta, so I've just had to learn it slowly over time. Starting from scratch with 160 champions is crazy. Yeah, actually just legit sounds like a miserable experience.
马上去抓大龙。过来拦人，6000血微微想爆炸果实下去抢。
All right, we go over to Baron and game ends. We can tell because it's over. So we get Baron and recall. Is there anything interesting that happens on this last push? Probably not with Elder and Baron and the speed from the Cloud Soul.
现在运营。
What have I told you? I haven't played a single minute of League. I believe you. It's probably true of a lot of people who watch the esports side. At least people who would watch my content. But you've got good thoughts, Archie, so I appreciate that. I mean, I barely play the game. And I haven't for years. Turns out solo queue just isn't fun, but professional games are fun. I don't know. Where's game 2? Where's LNG versus BLG game 2? Where is it? Give it to me. Oh, here it is. Okay.
处理卢锡安，我觉得 LNG 这个思路是非常正的，就是既然下路不太好去处理这个东西，直接搬掉就行了，大家都别玩这个组合。那对于 BLG 来说，他们之前会选择一抢直接塞上塔姆。
Never played Overwatch, enjoyed Overwatch Apex a lot. Yeah, that was when Overwatch was easier to spectate, though, before the goats came and ruined it.
而且这个卡玛又是能摇的，那右边维鲁斯吧？维鲁斯吧？对，就打强对线了。
Thanks to this, by the way, I haven't been able to watch LPL until this. Yeah, no problem. That's why we curate the games. MonteCristo, League of Legends curator. Please subscribe. This is a League of Legends museum. We require donations to keep us afloat. Enshrining the very best games of League of Legends, esports. Making sure you guys see the good games that happen, the important games. And also Carmine Corp games. Okay, BLG back with more Karma selecting. Digging into Scout's champion pool right here. His Azir has been legit in some of the games they've won. You do this with LCK as well? Yeah, frequently. It just depends on the day. There weren't any LCK games for the last couple of days. If you want to see games that I do, here, go to the VODs channel. These are all the VODs. I'm streaming like 30 hours a week right now, guys. It's a lot. I stream 6 days a week. This guy is hot as hell. I know. That's why we got Dilf Gamer in the tag. Going back to the older stuff before the season started. Yeah, we'll get back to that. Sorry I couldn't do more. I got a bit caught up with some real-life stuff during the off-season. But we're back now, doing all the streamings. It's been fun. Thanks for watching, guys.
得选一点不怕梦魇带球进场的英雄。霞应该算是最优解，就看对线怎么处理了。这个对线有点考验 BLG 的下路双人路了。
是的，而且现在还有一点就是，我觉得发条胜率这么低，其实跟梦魇也有很大的关系。就大家都去玩这个武魂融合技，但其实你会发现
Karma again going into a solo lane.
浪费2个大招。
Orianna will probably suffer significantly less if it's Knight on the Karma in the mid lane again than we saw Scout kind of suffering on the Corki early game last time. Varus and Nautilus.
哎，直接不融合了，这把。
就先不拿了。
先来个泰坦。刚刚还说现在玩泰坦的人越来越少了。
就两边现在都难受了，上把为什么这么难？
那这样两边打也得拿点前期。
但看到了黄
第5手把前。只要你前3手。哎。
Jun's Jarvan is an absolute beast and, you know, very easy to catch Varus and Orianna. Lee Sin. Okay. Jun was super good on that last time. Still no Maokai ban. Udyr up. Rumble up.
这把又有洛能开团了。
Bin's Jax not banned, but is it actually secretly a Jun Jax? That would be intriguing. We have seen some more Jax jungle games. When you're playing the more supportive mid laner, you actually have good speed for Jax to get into engagements. And Jun is he is the carry jungler right now, guys. He is the carry jungler. Also, like, super good into Xin Zhao, right? Because it shuts down Xin Zhao's ability to heal or knock you up. Because his Q is tied to his auto attacks. Interesting. Yes. Yes, in LEC it was played jungle. So appreciate figure like Monty and Thorn have been following since the OG and NLB days. Doa and Monty. That's why you should go to the Culture channel and watch my podcast with Doa about called Nerd Legion. Go watch it. Doa and I still make content together. I promise you'll enjoy it. Talking about new sci-fi fantasy nerd TV shows and films. Mostly negatively because they kind of suck. How does your Malignance work if your R is a non-damaging ability? Well, in Karma's case, it procs on the empowered ability. Yeah, but if it doesn't deal damage, it doesn't proc. Do you two watch anime? No. We are releasing a Blue Eye Samurai episode soon, though, which is animated. And we did Scavenger's Reign, which is a fucking banger animated show. There's also Foreplay on that channel, which is the movie show that Richard Thorne and I do, which is very fun, and I think you guys will like. So please subscribe to the Last Free Nation Culture channel. Please do that. Have I watched Arcane? Yeah, I mean, I'm in Arcane. I'm in Arcane, guys. Yeah, Silco. Dude, I look exactly like Silco. They 100% made me Silco. I don't know how else to say it. Like, look at this shit. It's ridiculous. This is me. This is me, guys. This is Monty. This is Monty. Like, what the fuck? This is me. That's just me. Like, I don't. That's me. With a shirt and a vest, yeah.
A 一下，
He has a different face. He does not.
Mark 也直接学的盾啊。
LNG 下路想法还是挺明确的，就前面换血不能输，因为毕竟泰坦一级跟上去的话，维鲁斯也没有那么多伤害。
You know, someday when Nymira and I do the Silco Victor cosplay, it's going to be unreal.
只要中草能站住的话 ，LNG 下路这个1、2级对线就算是小成功了。
是的。
Guys, it was so funny. So I actually went to the Arcane premiere on Riot's campus. So I was a guest. Crumbs invited me as his like +1 because he was on LCS at the time. And I don't think people realized I was coming. And I love going to Riot events because like nobody can say shit to me, but I can just do whatever the fuck I want. So I was just being drunk and super obnoxious and making everybody really uncomfortable by being there. And like they had this tent sitting outside in the courtyard. And where it was amazing. I mean, they had this really cool tent that was like a circle, and it had 2 screens. It had like a screen in the middle and a screen on each side, and like theater seating. They accidentally put me on camera too, which was so funny. Like when Rivington was doing the introduction, they ran a camera through the audience, and I was sitting right on the aisle. So they accidentally put me on their like Arcane premiere broadcast, which was super funny. But it was hilarious because we just started watching it, and I was like, "What the fuck? Why am I in this?" At the premiere.
其实这种硬辅对决的话，非常考验这个中草的争夺率。就是一旦一边的硬辅站住这个中草，另一边就进不来了。
软辅也差不多。
Also, my college roommate was one of the writers on Arcane.
是。
He wrote episode 4.
的兰博啊，削弱的其实挺明显的。
两边打野又相遇了。
I'm confused. Why does Riot not like you? Oh, my friend.
这个位置是有点扛不住了，闪现交出来，发条这边直接跟打野又相遇了。
削弱的其实挺明显的。
两边打。
这是14.2的兰博啊。
So the expiring ward on Raptors from the level 1 catches sight of Jun as he's coming around to try and punish. Ends up coming over the wall. Nice E over the wall from Weiwei, forces flash. Scout goes in, gets the auto attack. Orianna passive helping out there a little bit. Here we go back in again. Oh, on with the clutch re-engage. 2 for 1 though.
哇，这对于 LNG 来说是最好的消息。
是的 ，Scout 的发育大大的提前了。
下路想给压力，还把 W 交过了，这样赶回来的话是没有技能能保的。这个 Q 技能，一管伤害，技能拉满了，交闪现，伤害够吗？有守护。
I thought you would have been persona non grata from Riot events. Yeah, the thing about that is that they're kind of in a bind where if they ban me, then I make a giant stink out of it on social media and they look like the bad guy. But if they let me into their events, then I can do and say whatever I want because I don't care what they think about me. And so I'm just super obnoxious. But if they try and kick me out while I'm there, I just film it and put it on Twitter. So they're not in a great situation. You know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of power.
回去还不太会亏线，找到了一波完美的时机。
哇，这个游走真的有点关键。
因为主要现在就是之前那个兵线上线的速度改了之后，中单真的挺难游走的。他能找到这么好的时间点。
这里勋是血量劣势的情况下，还被打了套先手啊。
就这波他没有想到微微会在这里。 是落的这波支援吧比较关键，不然换都换不掉。
救场很及时。
I wish I could get rid of all these stupid messages. I actually want to see what happened in the bot lane there again. I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that.
那还是
前面紫卡也打出了还不错的线压。
Am I still mad at Riot for Renegades? Yes, obviously. They cost me a ton of money. And they lied about me publicly. Tried to assassinate my career. Like, they're pieces of shit.
发条发育比较超前的话，6级那波小龙团给到对面威慑力会比较大。
是。哎 ，Q 技能交过了，有机会到勾到吗？勾住了，极限距离，那死了呀！啊，这波昂是把 Mark 的勾给骗出来了，他就在这里装，我只有一个人，我给你换换血的。主要昂这个人你琢磨不透，死了呀！啊，这波昂是把 Mark 的，哎 ，Q 技能交过了，有机会到勾。
What's Mark doing?
比较超前的话，6级那波小龙团给到对面威慑力会比较大。
They just literally laid a trap for him where he had no vision coming back from mid lane. It's just free.
哎 ，Q 技能交过了，有机会到勾到吗？勾住了，极限距离，那死了呀！啊，这波昂是把 Mark 的勾给骗出来了，他就在这里装。
Kill actually making up for a lot of the CS difference that is being caused. But I mean, like, what are you doing, buddy? Your jungler is topside.
我感觉他是个心理学的天才。
You can remove the text on screen with a button in the bottom right.
这样都可以恰好拿捏到位。
对，就你不知道他身后。
You don't say. What does that do? Oh, I did it.
上面微微也没办法，先把虫子控下来，找波机会。万一一会儿可以有时间摸摸塔，先打个基础。毕竟现在下路没线，小龙也控不到。
Do you think you would be a better place if you had not talked about caster salary so publicly? No. They already hated me. And also, I wasn't going to not do that because at the end of the day, I refuse to let myself get fucked over and allow companies to be evil to people that I care about or me. So I'm not going to live my life that way. Just not going to do that.
对，但是身上河道这边视野空空。
I'm not gonna die knowing that I lived my life being a pushover for a corporation. It's not gonna happen. I'm gonna get what I deserve. And you know what? I did. And I know you guys will say, oh, haha, because he can't cast anymore. No, I just got more money as a result of it. If I had allowed myself just to like be Riot's bitch, I would have actually made a lot less money in my life. And I would be a lot less happy with my career. I own 20 under recommended channels. Wondering what I was up to? I'm streaming 6 days a week. Bangers only. Let's go. Having a good time. Making all the content. 6 podcasts. Regular videos on my YouTube channel. It's all coming together this year, guys. I mean, Cage will stop casting because he was making millions of dollars. Let's be real. He should. He should absolutely stop casting. You picked up some Korean from living there, and I assume you know Latin from my classics background. I do know some Latin. What other languages do I know? Actually, my French is better than my Latin or my Korean. I'm conversational in French. Like I can get by just fine in France. I think if you gave me 6 months of French immersion, I would be fluent.
而且现在你说如果要让勋去抓一下 Scout 也很难，首先要确定对面打野不在反蹲，其次
Where did I learn the French? In high school.
第二波才有机会抓到， 但是第二波的时候就不一定会有很好的机会了。
French is easy.
上来了，想绕一波，但河道是有视野的。
看到了，他还是稍微绕了一下草这边附近的视野。
LNG 也在来，野辅一起动，想等 BLG 打先手。单看这个位置的话，两边应该都不会动手了。
但这里看 on 可能会有点危险，不过他
想抓落，
对他
And it's especially easy if you know Latin
反
too.
应很快。
Like, if you know Latin and English, French is easy.
而且这里这个针眼是蛮神奇，他走过来直接放。
My Latin's pretty rusty though.
也不太能去照顾到很多位置，就可能看一下旁边的路口有没有视野。
Bold flavors. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
碰小龙的机会，但自己中路再回家，这样熏过来了，知道 Scott 在读回城，而且落过来抬了2个人啊。
Nice engage. Super good engage by On.
先被收掉，微微只能交闪。为了这波机会，必要
The skirmish is just so strong with this Rakan and Jax combination, guys.
而且落过来抬了2个人啊。
Skirmish is so strong.
机会，但自己中路再回家，这样熏过来了，知道 Scott
Work with me here. Work with me, VOD.
想入侵野区做视野啊。LNG 想制造一个可以碰小龙的机会，但自己中路再回家。
Mark trying to fight for vision here. Scout low and also low mana. Jun flashes on him. Scout flashes in response. Misses the counter-strike, but instant flash engage from On. Double knock-up. It's beautiful. Wei Wei tries to save it, but Elk's already there with Ghost. Pickoffs from BLG, really, really good. The synergy between Jun and On is getting, you know, is very fun to watch, I think, on those engages.
悄悄绕过来一个贾克斯，然后贾克斯过来，对，一个过来换闪，另一个闪现直接抬，只要把人留住就行了。
Apparently, Cadril said he made shy of 1 million last year because the ad rev from plus subs from Twitch is terrible for EU streamers, and he didn't have that many sponsors.
拉个大招，但是
I mean, his YouTube is also huge. Like, does that include his YouTube numbers? And if he only made 1 million, he should fire his manager or his agent because there's no way he shouldn't have sponsors, guys. No way.
纪律性很好，就是在你不确定有没有人的时候，你就要做最安全的打算。
I don't know about ad rev share stuff in Europe. I don't know about that, but it's kind of outrageous he could have like 100,000 concurrent viewers and make barely $1 million last year. He had display. Yeah, this I don't know if they paid him a lot, guys. Aren't they shutting down Twitch in Korea? They are, yes. Soon, I think. Doesn't matter though. It doesn't affect me.
还是很稳的。
I think Dom had more sponsors than Cadril last year. Yeah, I wonder who was selling on Dom's stream, guys. Who could it have been? Who could have been hooking Dom up?
发条没闪，基本上贾克斯来他就走不了。
就他不会离开这道墙了，就他只会站在塔前。
Dom's great though. He's really good at sponsorships. Very professional.
发现了 LNG 的野辅，现在要抓中也很难呀，奈德有闪，而且他又是个卡尔玛，他只要不乱用 E 技能的话，对于 LNG 来说挺难找到机会的。
而且现在霞也是到6级一段时间了。
Thanks for all the culture content.
有大招一直在身上。
Makes driving to and from the hospital to visit my dad suck just a little bit less. That is dark. I'm sorry you're dealing with that, man, but I am grateful that I can make it slightly more bearable. But good thoughts out to you, Lotus Snap. That sucks, man. Are you able to monetize your VOD reviews on YouTube? I need some more viewed hours on the Bangers Only channel, but on the live channel, yes. And on my main channel, yes.
一瞬间就往上面跑了，
说完就走了。左边野夫也来了，如果打3v3的话，要先起火落，伤害能够把发条大招拉住，落被秒了。
这肯定是够了。第一时间寻找了一个最脆的，
发条把大招给补上了。
这2个大招全都交了，落这个位置就是被控到死的。
上路怎么感觉对着不对了呀？
不怎么，兵哥这还吃起镀层来，2层到手了。
Not meeting me in person at Worlds last year because I was at my friend's wedding on the same date. Well, that seems slightly more important. Besides, I wasn't at Worlds this last year. I mean, I was in Korea, but I didn't like go to Worlds. Should I be watching on YouTube or Twitch? I do not care. You can watch wherever you want. Iridium, that's going to move LCK to YouTube. LCK is already on YouTube. But it won't affect LCK English either. It doesn't affect LC. Anybody who is streaming for foreign viewers, it doesn't really affect because you can simply VPN out. The costs that Twitch is trying to avoid are for people in Korea watching Twitch because the ISPs charge streaming services for the bandwidth they use because there's no net neutrality. So they only care about Twitch being viewed inside Korea. So it does not affect me. It does not affect LS. It doesn't affect people doing boot camps. Because you can just VPN out and, you know, one upload doesn't stress the network. It's like 100,000 or 1 million people watching Twitch in Korea that causes all the bandwidth usage. Thank you, Headland. Why did they have to kill half the LPL English broadcast? Well, for once, this wasn't Riot's fault, guys. Riot actually stepped in and made them even have half an LPL broadcast this year, which is actually very good of them. It was the LPL, you know, the Chinese side that killed the broadcast, and then Riot had to scramble to get it ready again. So, credit to Riot, actually, for this one. No real need to go for that. LNG already had objective priority. BLG is going to be fine. Like, their scaling is a lot better this game than it was last game with the Lucian, even though they still have the Karma mid because Jun is on like a hyper carry and Xayah scales very nicely. And, you know, they already have a gold lead and maybe they won't try and throw it this game. And unlike LNG, they know when they have certain scaling advantages. Not to say that LNG doesn't scale well, right? But, you know, since they're going lethality Varus this game, it's much, and they have a Rumble, it's much more about the Orianna. Who is Dom going to have cast? The regular casters. What's the LPL have against English viewership? It doesn't do anything for them. Their sponsors don't care about it. It costs them money. It's a hassle. Why do they care? They don't. Riot HQ cares that all leagues are available in English. But LPL doesn't give a shit, man. They do not give a shit. Isn't LPL English views relatively low anyway? Yeah, I mean, the playoffs have pretty good viewership. But you also have to consider, like, the question is this, you know, how much money does it cost to do the LPL English broadcast? The answer is not a lot, if we're being honest. And you could fund that with 1 or 2 sponsors. Like, it could absolutely be self-sustaining, guys. It could absolutely be self-sustaining. But the issue with both LPL and LCK English is that they don't go out and get sponsors. So it's confusing. Okay, so Knight actually starts channeling ult before Jun, his tether before Jun is in position, or the TB goes through, in spite of the fact that there are literally plenty of minions here. Then he flashes out and dies to Ignite. That is not a good play from our friends over at BLG. They had plenty of time to make this dive. They were already he was already boxed in from behind. They're concerned with people getting close, but they have a ring of wards and vision. And no reason to do this. No reason Knight has to die there, by the way, guys. It's a fucking easy dive. What Korean company wants to advertise to a demographic across the sea? Yeah, Samsung, LG, Kia. I mean, what kind of question is that? Kia literally sponsors LCS and LEC. They literally... Here's a great question. Fuck this. Here's a great question for you guys. If Riot is so fucking smart at sponsorships, why did they not take the Kia deal, the Korean company that wants to be on English broadcasts in Europe and North America, and advertise to those audiences and say, hey, shouldn't we try and extend this deal to the Korean English language broadcast, which is watched by those exact same demographics? Why doesn't LCK English stream have a Kia sponsorship? Why? They sponsor Western teams. They sponsor both Western leagues in English. Why? Like, one Kia deal could pay for the entire year of costs of LCK English. Why isn't Riot selling that? You know, where is MasterCard that sponsors Global League of Legends? Where is Red Bull? Where are they? Why does LCK English stream have no sponsors? Why? It's so stupid, guys. I can't handle it. It's so stupid. You know, the all-in cost of the LCK global broadcast is it's less than $1 million. It's probably less than $750,000. If I had to guess what the cost of running LCK English is, I guess $600K. Now, if you cannot get that money back with the amount of viewership, you are fucking up. Why is Weiwei building Black Cleaver first? I do not know. Excellent question. Especially because it stacks on autos and he can't auto jacks. I actually do not know.
LNG 来说，如果一直保持这个局势发育下去的话，左边这个双前排打到后面，Gala 会非常难处理。
前排处理起来都有点困难啊。发条这个英雄打前排也没有特别的好。
对，主要还是败魔这装备太变态了，这装备出了法师真打不。
Like, who is the armor shredding for? You know what I mean? Who's the armor shredding for? He has Rumble Oriana and he has a poke Varus. Like, the damage, the lethality damage from Varus is going to come up front before the Black Cleaver stacks. So who is the armor shredding for? How do you feel about NA on live patch? Do you think it hurts or helps them? I think it actually helps them because it forces them to be innovative rather than copying other regions, which I think is cool. For NA in particular.
而且 LNG 下路线很差，上路线也不太好。
下路的线导致他们整个下半区是黑的。
尝试一勾没勾中。
那这样没勾了以后 ，BLG 可以直接 run 龙啊，这样只有看微微过去抢了，直接走进来了，想拼惩戒，先开大招，龙被贾克斯惩戒，而且自己被带走了，这边勾到了昂，但昂太灵活了 ，Mark 被打出了闪现以后只能往后撤退，这样在野区的微微该怎么办？有人在追他。
Wei Wei just gets taken out of the pit by Cassante, so no shot at a steal.
队友已经来接了，但勋还在追，不放弃。
粘上了，硬来，勋还有闪现的，开个大招以后发现对面的人先到了，算了，阿斌在顶伤害。
但这波他们应该还想打团。
找没闪的 Mark
Jun? Jun? All right, maybe that wasn't the play, guys. maybe that wasn't the play. Shouldn't get a little horny there. Especially because he only catches Mark. All right, I guess they trade 1 for 1, so worth. It's pretty dicey, though. Ah. Fuck you, loud Chinese stream. I mean, they get caught onto Equalizer with Oriana ult. They're actually kind of lucky that this didn't even go worse for them. I mean, they knew Wei Wei's ult was down, but, I mean, the price is they had to burn both sums and ult onto Elk, Flash, Ghost, and now they might lose mid-turret. Like, why are we trying to play into Ori and Rumble ults when they're up? Why are we doing that? Zaya is super vulnerable now thanks to that play. I mean, this is good. Like, forcing the Wei Wei's flash out, getting him out of the pit, securing the objective, but you absolutely do not have to take this next play. Okay, harass Wei Wei in the flank. Smite him. Fine, he gets slowed. Whatever. Now, do we have to go in on this play? Guess he gets Ori's flash. Or he has to flash out of Counter-Strike, but still really not worth it. Like, that play's really dangerous, especially when Baron is up, because if too many of you die, you know, if too many of you die, all of a sudden you just lose Baron, right? And Elk has to follow up on this play, but he gets caught as they're kiting out by the Shockwave and the Equalizer. So just not something you want to force right there.
LNG 的经济也咬住了，没有被拉开太多的差距。虽然说在边线上一直受到牵制，但他们上一条龙因为没能拿得下来的话，所以这把他们得找机会打起来才行。
现在还是得先守大龙的视野，但主要前面还是塔掉太多了，视野。
And he hasn't been that innovative outside of obvious buffs to champions. Well, gotta start somewhere. At least they have a chance now. Whoa, what a shockwave. What a shockwave. Absolutely massive from Scout. Holy shit. Woo! Baron? Baron?
可以动啊。
LNG lose this game?
我发疗这波大大的有点完美啊。
有点帅，直接把4个全卷回来了。
虽然可能爆炸 AOE 伤害看上去没那么高，但
Did I miss the LNG versus JDG VODs? No, they will be on my VOD channel
选择不回
or on my main channel.
骚扰一下，如果能打
Or you can go on YouTube and just rewind my stream. They're right there for you, waiting,
其实 LNG 这里打的还是
tempting you.
这个 RQ 已经被扭了。
但是奈特现在要想的是，
Free Baron, holy moly.
如果留住人的话，拖到队友过来是有机会把龙坑里的人收掉的。RQ 刷好了，找嘎了。
That was way too close. They don't have smite. Holy shit, they don't have smite. Oh, that could have been bad.
过来骗技能，又是一个 Q 级的命中，
Do not go in. Leave, leave, leave. Okay.
没拖住。
这波还是BLG 的双人组，在没有闪现的时候，感觉位置有一点激进了。就主要这个狭小的口子，真
All right, Varus Arrow into WE from Xinjiao into Equalizer into Chains of Corruption.
微微也比较果断。
Misses thanks to El having ult back up again.
这勾立功啊！
Flash from Gala. Mark also flashes to get Hook down. And that's an instant kill because he has no summoners because of the whoopsie in the mid lane earlier. And they pull a Nautilus in with an Ori ball and try and focus him with a bunch of melee champions. And then they all get ulted by Oriana. Very nicely done.
怎么画面一转是这个场景 ，Scout 直接被秒了，BLG 人更多一些，那这样 Mark 的
All right, well, I guess we're not even going to have a chance to see what the state of play was coming out of that replay. All right, hold on. I'm just going to see where we're at. Okay, we're coming up on Drake spawn again. When does it spawn? Who knows? Because the UI is broken and I didn't look at the timer. They are trying to push this out, but they do not actually push midwave up. They do not push midwave up first, and it is not within 10 seconds because this is not gold. And so why are we not pushing up midwave if we have more than 10 seconds? Why are we just face checking right here? Mysterious, guys. Mysterious. Why are we doing this? It's not hard, guys. Please just push up the mid wave. Push up the bot wave before you try and get mid control. Pink ward this brush. Go together. Scout. They go into Scout. He's in the back line. He has no flash.
BLG 人更多。
Instantly exploded.
Mark 的闪刚转好，没有机会交了。
那这波大龙 buff，LNG
Oh, man.
是的，而且马上小龙要刷新，这波 BLG 还可以顺着兵线来摸一下你的中路2塔，等于这个大龙拿了。是的，而且那这波
Mark has 2 pink wards. Mark has 2 pink wards, guys. Is that his pink ward? We'll never know. Whose pink ward is it in the river? Nope, it's Weiwei's pink ward. Mark has a pink ward. He doesn't feel like using it. He has so many wards. He has 6 wards. He has 6 wards, guys.
怎么画面一转是这个场景 ，Scout 直接被秒了，BLG 人更多一些，那这样 Mark 的闪刚转好，没有机会交了。
Come on, man.
buff，LNG 的节奏要断
就
了。
等于推进结束了呀，已经
是的。，而且马上小龙要刷新，这波 BLG 还可以顺着兵线来摸一下你的中路2塔，等于这个大龙拿了之后，他们现在亏了。
就相当于打。
By the way, Drake still hasn't spawned, so there was no reason why we couldn't push out our waves.
大龙目前为止是一个收益，现在变成
刚才那个
400。
场景，画面一转回来。
Still hasn't spawned,
但
guys.
是 BLG 早就知道你会来，然后直接在这里面蹲好。
Mark is going to be alive before it spawns again.
LNG 他们可能在走过来的时候没有。
Mark is alive before it actually spawns.
被加了。
We couldn't just use Baron to push out our waves. We had to blast cone in.
两个人是中路这边线过来的，他们想哦。
Why?
他们是想抓中路这两个。
Why?
这两个。
是。
Why? Why?
在 LNG 的视角里，他们是去帮对方的。
对。
All right, well, they just get Infernal Soul and win now.
3条龙了，现在这把又是火龙魂。 段时间要看一下 BLG
Now no one will remember the scout play this game.
可以让他们在边线的处理上更游刃有余一些。
I don't like this version of LNG, guys. Get me out. I want last year LNG back.
这波卡玛也直接不守了，已经快30分钟了，就先给了，
已经完成任务了。
对，
这个下一塔，
意思一下。
Dragon 3110. Thank you, Twitch chat support player for the Dragon timer.
维鲁斯少个大招。
Good job. Or Twitch chat jungler. Okay. Scout flashed. Scout flashed, ulted, even though Elk had ult up, so they trade super badly for that. He trades flash and ult for a Xayah ult.
给了很多的
Why? Why?
它有个延迟时间。
对，但是现在发条没有闪现了，对 LNG 来说还是要多注意。
主要这个闪现，下一条小龙刷新的时候是赚不好的。
对呀，
这个可能是个大。
Fuck you, LNG. I'm so mad.
杀了。
Why did I give my love to you? Why did I give my love to you and KT? And then both you and KT just turned to shit.
一个信息啊，就是一会儿闪现过去硬开发条是
找到
没有
目标了。
对没有逃生手段的。
Why can't things I like stay good?
Mark 保护的好不好了？现在他们两个可能重要任务不是说把团给开起来，而是保护好发条的输出环境。 又开始哥儿几个一起做视野，上路让奎桑提去带。
LNG were my guys last year. They were the most Korean of the Chinese teams. They had the macros. They had the fun skirmishing.
没办法，只要
They had the Tarzan team fighting.
没办法利用奎桑提多出来这个 TP 做掩饰，而且上面兵还是一直有限的。
是。
那他现在只要 TP 去正面，他什么都不会亏。
I can still love Cuz Lightyear on Guangdong. I can. Yes. Yes. And I will. Guangdong is my new best friend. I love Dudu and Cuz. And Bull. Let's go.
虽然正面
Fuck you, Casey. Guangdong is my new best friend.
但是因为 TP 杀还有防御塔的
CV Max,
LNG 现在
I believe in you.
主要还是视野做不出去。然后正面团的话又必须兰博在现场，但是兰博在现场一旦这个团开不起来，一条路就会被带穿。
LPL top team fly. LPL second top team fly. See?
还有不到1分钟的时间，
Believing in CV Max. Yeah, it's good until it's not.
做波视野。
All I have to do is wait for these players to leave CV Max's team, and then they will become world champions.
藏了，找机会 poke。而现在这个世界专注可以。
Hey, man, I'm here for the Bull becomes world champion narrative. I'm here for that narrative.
自己还能硬回去，中途打断了一下弹，无伤大雅，能烫得死吗？过来给了个盾。
输出还挺高的，兰博
Commentary analysis was a huge part of my adolescent life, and seeing cover League again while coming back to this game is so nostalgic. Love your work. Thank you, Bobby Schmover. That makes me feel very happy.
溃败。
I'm glad we can be on this
打团了之后
VOD reviewing journey together.
不过还没刷，先排视野。
但 BLG 大龙附近的视野已经做得非常深了。
We have one ourselves who did not enjoy playing with CV Max.
进出来了，所以说可以赶紧把这种绕后眼的地方给排掉。
抓了一波不错的换技能机会。不过这一波 LNG 的大招除了发条全部交掉了。
是的，现在感觉这个纳什男爵长得有点像那种动漫里面的怪。
嗯。
又开始
Darren, the former KDF ADC Taeyun, talked about scrimming T1 during Worlds and how much he improved and look forward to next season.
先点两边让大家
Well,
速度都还
maybe he shouldn't have played like absolute trash and lost his team all those games in week 1.
能绕后踢的人，给压力了。Q3逼掉一个。
It's all right. Team Liquid will pick him up soon, guys. Don't worry.
新场在侧面，但是 LNG 一直在退，也没有什么很好切后的机会。
其实 LNG 再拖发条闪现好，他们这个阵容就是现在不敢主动开，开上去的话对面欧因发条，他们有点难保。
想勾，但是勋直接拉开了，小龙现在已经刷了 ，LNG 必须挤过来。他们有点怕 BLG 直接去打这个龙，但如果 LNG 5个人都在下，BLG 可以直接转大龙了呀。
嗯，
感觉根本就
而且探到了他们位置很深，
对，
直接往大龙转了，昂开始过来找人了
他，们绕了一个大圈绕到了下路去。
选择直接放了，
啊，
What are they doing?
急了呀已经，
是的，
完全来不及了。
What are they doing?
但感觉还是大意了，因为在大龙跟
How many people do you need to take this Drake?
手里握3条
Come on!
小龙他们放绕了一个大圈绕，感觉根本就去打这个龙。但如果 LNG 拉开了
You don't need this many people to take the
他
Drake.
们有点怕 BLG 直接去打这个龙，但如果 LNG 5个人都在下 ，BLG 可以直接
You
整
need
个龙呀
one person to take the Drake. One.
而且探到了他们位置很深，
One
直接
person.
往大龙转了，
Pick Gala. Gala take the Drake. Everybody else go to Baron.
选择直接放了，
啊，
这样过去来不及了呀已经。
They can see it too. This big ward isn't even stopping the vision of the ward. Ah!
是的，
完全来不及，选择直接放了，
对，
直接往大龙转了，昂开始过来找人了
他。们绕了一个
They know they're not baiting in a brush.
选择直接放了，
They know they're just on the Baron. They know it's not. They know it's not a trap.
但感觉还是大意
Oh.
BLG 手里握3条小龙，他们放一条小龙是没压力的。
是
但 LNG 一定要想到去守大龙的，
大龙转了，昂开始过来找人了
他，们绕了一个大圈绕到了下路去。
选择直接放了，
啊，
这样过去来不及了呀已经，
是的，
完全来不及了。
但感觉还是大意了，因为在大龙跟小龙同时存在的时候，BLG 手里握3条小龙，他们放一条小龙是没压力的。
是，
但 LNG 一定要想到去守大龙的这一点。
I hate this version of LNG.
有一点太想要这个龙了。
而且他们大龙附近的视野也
Why couldn't they just use the Baron they got earlier like a normal fucking team?
如果我能拖住，可能还能继续拖，但如果放到龙魂的话，对面拿到火龙魂就打不了。
对，因为火龙魂是一直存在的一个争议。
嗯，
这段时间就是对 LNG 来说，赶紧处理好边线，然后回来守高地。
但是这一波真的好守嘛？
要看他们能不能规避好奈德 poke 了，勾上去了 ，Mark， 那这样可能被伤害灌死吗？昂过来开了一波以后，直接滑溜的回到了队友的身边 ，Scott 也选择踢了过来，这样一波拉扯以后，打掉了发流的TP。
大招换了一下大招，第一线 Elk 都不在，他们应该就是没有想打到底的。
是的，又给了你很多的单带时间啊，就一波一波的拉扯运营，让 LNG 少个TP，打得非常被动。
这好像 BLG 就是明摆着来换技能的，但是 LNG 这边就 TP 就感觉必须得交。
I'm so sad.
可能就打到底。
I just had to watch
LNG 这边
4 hours of LNG playing
都
terribly.
在 BLG 的手里掌握着。
This hurts so much after last year.
拉了一下大招，找到奈德机会了，发条大招配合微微的伤害。
Why did we get rid of Tarzan? Bring back Tarzan, please. It's not worth it. Like, I get that Worlds was painful because of Tarzan, but all year is going to be painful without Tarzan.
赶走以后想 Q3 找 Scott 没有找得到，阿比这波人先找微微，这但 Scott 还有闪现的，而且阿比一个人伤害并不够，这样血被打残，微微又顶了上去 ，Q3 敲到2个人，先找微微，正面的话双人组在拉打，把兹卡给赶走以后想 Q3 找 Scott 没有找得到，阿比这位置也要被留下来，又是 Scott 的人头，哦呀 Scott 这波又是大招见奇效啊！
是的，找了一波很好的机会，当时 BLG 分推，但是
又找 Scott 上去 Q3 塔前的找到奈德机会了，发条大招配合微微的伤害，
手里掌握着。
How does Carbon die here?
全部在 LNG 这
拉了
边拉
一下大，就局势都在 BLG 的手里掌握着。
现在主动全部在 LNG 这边拉到
It's actually a really nice combo from Scout and Weiwei. They pull him into range of Jinzhao W with Shockwave, and that way it allows him to E-dash to finish the kill.
就局势都在 BLG 的手里掌握着。
It's a good play. Like, that's actually legit just a good play.
发条大招配合微微的伤害，大招开出来把 Scott 带到一个塔前的位置，但 Scott 还有闪现的，而且阿比一个人伤害并不够，这样血被打残，微微又顶了上去 ，Q3 敲到2个人，先找微微，正面的话双人组在拉打，把兹卡给赶走以后想 Q3 找 Scott 没有找得到，阿比这位置也要被留下来，又是 Scott 的人头，哦呀 Scott 这波又是大招见奇效啊！
是的，找了一波很好的机会，当时 BLG 分推，但是
That was a very good catch on tonight. There's not much you could have done to avoid that,
正好拉到了 Net。
besides flash the ball when he saw it coming at him from over the wall.
也
And obviously, you don't expect to be 100-0 there. The Xin Zhao combo with it was really good.
他们这个小龙换大龙，这样看起来收益就很高了。
Night cocky to not flash the Orioles. He didn't really see it. I mean, look at this. He's in fog. You're basically asking him to flash the actual Q, which you probably don't think if you're Karma that you're going to die there. And he flashes immediately afterwards, but the W had already hit him, so the engage range of Jin is longer with E. I don't think it's reasonable to ask him to flash that, guys.
大招，奈特第一时间想用盾的加。
That's a really good play by LNG. Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to walk to the wall without vision, but do you expect to be 100-0 there? No.
因为 CD 很快，现在
It's not a reasonable expectation.
很多的尝试。
After this match, LNG fans in China changed LNG logo to a turtle.
一波团的事儿，但这段时间又没有大龙
That's funny.
远古龙这把会诞生的非常慢。
等一个修龙，
是的，所以解决战斗的方式只有龙魂的拼团了。
Chinese memes. They have too many memers, guys. We need to make more people to make more memes.
BLG 继续推。虽然中路高地塔掉了，但是现在 LNG 清线能力没办法让他们去推水晶。
China has the most OP memes because they have the most population.
1到2个的人员伤亡，就意味着这个大龙 buff 推进就是
的
宣告结束。
就下条大龙再见了。
And also the most esports fans.
也没有什么事情可以做，他们能运营塔全部都推掉了。现在就看有没有机会能去摸一摸中路的这个。
India on the up and up. How are India's memes? Good?
左手还是那么爱读书，我哭死了。不管有没有字儿，你就说有没有书吧。
我觉得也没问题，就卡尔玛这个英雄，
好蹭，
对
吧？好蹭到助攻。
就一个 RE， 如果打赢一波团，虽然中单卡尔玛放 RE 的概率不高，但是确实比较好用。
Indian memes are awful. Really?
等小龙了，回家做装备。
Don't have any good Shiva memes? Come on, Hindu memes must be amazing.
慢慢往野区摸，然后排视野过去，或者说直接放弃野区，从中线挤过去。
是的，但选择权依然在 BLG 手里。他们这条龙还
Do you think China has as many fans as the rest of the other regions combined? Yes, I do think that.
别的，
这个玩法简直就是个人工野。我自己就是个视野。
就主要真不能给他玩，就给他玩这种特别灵活的吧，他就一直在你脸上那种跳舞一样，但是你拿他没办法。
然后你 all in 他吧，也不容易杀得死。
BLG 先做中下两路的兵线，野区的视野被牢牢把握住。
现在这个兵线的问题啊，导致视野有点很难出去啊。开大了，但捆到的是阿兵。
但野区这里兰博很好发挥，BLG 要在这里打吗
？Mark 也被打残了。其实这波对 LNG 来说的话，也没有太多时间给辅助回家补状态了。
是的，
得硬挤了。
但就看 Mark。
You think if we're still in the Cold War, US and Russia would state-sponsor national teams? That's actually a fascinating question. I bet the answer is yes. Holy shit, dude. The karma damage. Empowered karma Q.
LNG 有点难以招架了。推完就走，毕竟其他路也没有兵线，大龙马上就要杀了，还有20几秒的时间。
得补给一波，赶紧去看大龙。
Elder 4150 because it spawns 1 minute sooner than it should. Yeah, it's on the 5-minute cooldown instead of the 6-minute right now. Too funny. Can't get dragon spawn timers. Broke Elder dragon spawn.
没问题，但是 Mark 又被打残了，现在没有闪现，没有大招，这个大龙区的眼怎么办？两个人已经开动了，
两个人开打，其他3个人骚扰。欧文给你一种我要绕后的即视感，其实就是在给威胁。微微选择捅上去，但这边是个阿兵在顶着呀，过不去，有点过不去，3个人筑成了一道墙。
大龙到手了。
When Elephant getting a Zin sponsorship for us to mass buy. Gross, dude. I'm look, I have limits, man. I'm not selling tobacco products to you, nicotine products. No way, man. Especially ones that are designed for like non-smokers or nah. I don't think so. Gambling sponsor win? Well, we have one. Shout out to esports bet. I think my big thing with Zin is just how it's marketed, especially since it's like marketed towards young people and like teenagers. I think that's really insidious. Like the way that they do their TikTok marketing is like, I think it's fucked up. I don't have issues with adults making adult decisions, but when you start targeting the marketing at underage people, I think it's pretty messed up. That said, I would consider taking a cigar sponsorship. So I think it would just depend. I'm not, I enjoy tobacco from time to time, but I don't have any, philosophical disagreement with tobacco as like a product, but it's just about how it's marketed and what the intent is. Like cigars are, intended for occasional enjoyment. So, yeah, I don't think I would have an issue with that. It's when shit is like Juul or Zin, where it's like designed to get people addicted as quickly, like young people and underage people, if we're being honest, addicted as quickly as possible. That's when I have issues with it. No, I'll smoke a cigarette at the bar. I think that shit's great. I enjoy that very much. No problems. BLG trying to int, but they're just too far in the lead to int at this point in time, guys. Especially with the Infernal Soul. This game's been over for a bit. I've never been a casual smoker before. I mean, I do it casually.
勾过去，队友也跟不上，但是正面勋一个人是直接把这中路水晶拆掉了。
Yeah, you know, guys, I have to say, like, I think BLG is an extremely good team, but in both of these games, I have questioned some of the throws that have occurred. Like, this was really losable. Like, the last game, like, the happy gaming that happened, they really couldn't lose that game. But this game, I mean, I take it back. They could have lost that game if the Corki had scaled. Like, their composition wasn't going to be super strong into the late game, so it's a bit dicey. But this game was super losable if they don't set that trap that LNG failed to detect. And, like, T1 has had some happy gaming against bad teams and, like, been a little bit silly, but I would think that BLG would be taking LNG relatively seriously.
基本上这个大龙跟远古龙的差值就2分钟嘛，你拿了之后来试一下，不行就过来。
The Drake control has actually been a huge part of both these games because getting Soul in both of the games has basically sealed it. The Cloud Soul was absolutely enormous for them to get last game. Does any team beat T1 now to 100%? That's the question. Like, Genji did beat them, but I'm not going to read too much into that as the first match of the season. How many teams can realistically win LCK? 2. We're headed for another Gen GT1 finals, guys. I think it is written. It is written in the book of fate. Faker looks really good right now. Jesus. Well, that was not a close team fight. Well, much longer game than anticipated, but kind of scary with that Baron. Like, that could have been an LNG win, but no dice. No dice, guys. All right. Power Spike is tonight, by the way. Power Spike is tonight. We'll do Weibo top tomorrow on our VOD review. We don't have any other games, so I don't know. Maybe we do IGRNG too. That's it. These are literally the only games that are happening, so we might just do both of these tomorrow. You know, bangers only. We can only talk about the bangers that actually occur, and there are no more bangers. We don't have LEC. We don't have LCK tomorrow. Like, LCK shouldn't, like, under normal circumstances, we'd have LCK tonight too, but they're on break. So maybe we just do IGRNG for funsies. Or maybe we do Weibo top, have a shorter stream, and then I make power rankings. We'll see. Anyway, guys, remember to follow the stream. Thanks a lot for watching. Thank you for watching on YouTube as well. We've been doing better and better, like, every time we turn on the stream. Thanks to you guys showing back up, so I really appreciate that. And thank you, Kyo, for your Tier 1 Twitch sub. Appreciate all you subscribers as well. We will see you. I'll see you tomorrow, because Weibo versus Top should be good. And Power Spike tonight. Power Spike in 5 or 6 hours, depending on when LPL is done. It's been fun, guys. Thank you. Bye.
All aboard the Korean hype train!